All right, welcome everybody to Difficult Research. Hopefully, I fixed my microphone. I forgot to just check that with Donna. um, it sounded like I was twisting around on it or something the other day or yesterday. Anyways, just is anybody here? Hmm. All right. Well, I'll give everybody a little bit to. Thank you, Donna. I don't see anybody yet, which is weird. There's Trace. Okay. Hey Trace, hey Nina, how are you? Hey again, Donna, how are you? Y'all, I messed up and took another nap. I took another nap, and a pre-show nap. So I remember Jason waking me up and or trying to wake me up, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I don't." I mean, I was making up every excuse as to why I don't need to get up. So, not to mention, I don't know if you can hear it, but there is obviously some kind of construction. It's just been a low droning noise for 2 days, and I'm just like, "What are y'all what's going on? What are they doing?" Anyways, it's, like, almost dark here, so, it's like, knock off. It drives me nuts. I can't stand those kinda things. But anyways, trying to stay positive. Hey, Susan, how are you? Hey, Angela. How are y'all doing? You can't hear what? Oh, you can't hear the noise. I was like, "Uh-oh." I had a tooth pulled today. I had a nap, hoping for another soon, right? Heck yeah. Oh, well, I'm glad you were able to do that today. Oof, dentist, right? They're something else. I used to hate it because I had which you can't tell. You can't tell that I had braces, but I did. I was like 10. I know it's different, orthodontic, an orthodontist, versus a dentist, but still, it kinda left a bad taste in my mouth. Ha, 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 ha. Anyways, no, I was forced by my mom, you know, to get braces when I was 10, and I was just like, "Ah, I don't want braces." Oh my god, I was just one of those children. I was a difficult child, okay? I didn't like I y'all, and I mean, this is back, I was born in '78, so think about the style back then, where we had those, I don't even know what to call them, like jumpers or whatever, and it was like shorts, and then it would tie on each shoulder, so the little strings, the little tie, what's left over of the tie or whatever would, like, sit there and tickle my shoulders, and I mean, I just was very finicky. I didn't like anything tight around anything, anything, and I would just sit there. Mom was like, "Oh my god." She was like, "You were, I here I am, her little girl, right? You wanna dress your little girl up." And I'm like, "Uh-uh." And I mean, I would sit there and I loved the Hulk back then, and, basically look like the damn Hulk trying to stretch things so that they wouldn't sit there and constrict me, okay? I didn't like it. I'm still like that. I don't like things that are weird, you know, and constricting in any way, shape, or form. So, bras were not popular with me in the beginning, I was like, "Uh-uh." And, I'm kinda and and I hate it, but I mean, I do and I don't, but whatever, it's just what I was dealt. Um, I was endowed in the chest area and, so again, braces at 10, bra at 10, and I mean, I was just hating life at that point. Oh my god. I'd go play with my friends, and I would hang my little training bra on the tree, and then I would go anyways, very difficult, and so difficult research. Welcome to it, okay? Anyways, so that and noises. I don't like noises, so, whatever, whatever. Sometimes I've said this along the way many times that I have often ever since I found out that JJ, who is my nephew, I found out that he, had that he was on the spectrum, or, had some degree. We didn't know what he had, like, we didn't know. And so whenever he was diagnosed as a toddler, I was just like, "Oh my god," and I had been going, I mean, shoot, let's see. I'm trying to figure out how old I was. I was, like, in my 20s, 30s, at that point, whenever, because he'd be, like, what, 13 now? So, don't get me mathing, but yeah, so I was in my 30s-ish, and finding that out that he was on the spectrum, and I was like, "Oh my god, I wonder if I have that," And I mean, I've taken many, many of the online tests or whatever that, I mean, they're not, I don't go to the same one. I never went to the same one, but just over the years, I had taken probably about, 5, more than a handful, but less than 10. And it always pegged around, most likely, and I was just like, okay. Well, then I realized that it's a choice if you want to go and actually be diagnosed with that. So, anyways, it makes a lot of sense if so. And yes, PTSD also has some of the same symptoms too. So it's interesting, huh? And so studying these cases in and around this SRA or ritual abuse, or all these all this craziness, right? And I mean, I've learned a lot about myself, right? Just through all of the things I've had to look up and just kind of see what's what. Anyways, and then like learning about how a lot of these like trauma has a lot to do with probably the mush brain I have, like, right here lately. It seems like my brain, it's like my thoughts are more scattered. Um but then again, I don't know. Maybe I'm not comparing it right. I don't know. But trauma being related to, what do you call it? Oh my gosh, dementia. I always have to, yeah, brain fog all the time. But then it's like I don't want to, I already forgot. That's what I'm saying. No short-term memory whatsoever. That's I mean, I get it, but this is pretty bad. I don't know how to be gentle with myself. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I've kind of been really hard on myself as far as like not giving myself any breaks. I didn't know how. I didn't feel like like I needed one, So I've just been going really hard at this for 5 years straight, and a lot of things have happened in between all that, all of Chad and Lori crap. So many things have happened just, like with Jason, my own family. I mean, in our own in our own world, with the hurricanes, with um uh the sickness that we can't speak of because, we get struck or shadow banned. It's anyways, just all the things, all the things that we've all been through together, So it's jam packed, Nina. It's jam packed. And it's been frustrating because, like, as I was trying to, like, find the things that matched all the things that were in my gut. I don't know if that makes sense, but, like, just trying to find my own way in this and for things resonating with me, um, as far as, like, well, that doesn't feel right, that doesn't seem right, the evidence doesn't seem sufficient, different things like that, just trying to piece this puzzle together, and then all the details that surround it are crazy, absolutely crazy, and eh, voluminous. Let's just say voluminous, right? Props to Lindsay Blake, right, on the voluminous. So, I just feel like there's so many things that are crammed, that are foreign to me, that I have to hold on to in order to try and share, so that I can communicate it, so that I can, kinda corroborate it with everyone. Just kind of run it through everybody and see, like, does this match? And how this doesn't match, just all the things. And I found something. We'll get to the 2016. What? Hold on. Hold on. I have a copyright removal request. Which video is this? Wow. Hold on. Oh, okay. This is Michelle McDermott. My God. So I have a copyright removal request for your video based on here, let me share this one so y'all can see. You can see with me. We're learning this together, right? So, I mean, this kind of explains a lot. October 19th. I mean, it's not that special, Michelle. Okay? It's not even that special. It's not. It's already whatever. And she struck me twice while I was in Boise too. So, and I mean, I just was like, okay, whatever, whatever, do what you gotta do. Do what you gotta do, Michelle McDermott. And it's not okay. It's like they go and they like strike it because I got 2 strikes. I mean, if I got one more during that 90-day window, then they just wipe your entire channel, right? They don't have to tell you anything. You don't get to retrieve anything from it. They come wipe it out. And I've done over 700 videos, lives, a combination of all of it. And so over the past, however many years. But my thing is like, really? I mean, really? And it was for education, It wasn't like, hey, I can't stand that shit. Select action. Well, I'm gonna try and contact her. She did contact me this one time. I just haven't had time to look at it down, I mean, this was just this week, so it's not like I've had time to even like process it. Again, it's just one of those things. So I'm not saying I'm not at fault. You know what I mean? It's not about that. All right. That's crazy. Active copyright strikes, 1 of 3. Anyways, all right. So I was making sure it wasn't this one. I was like, uh-oh, this could be bad. So, all right. Well, that's good, at least in that sense. Okay. But anyways, that's not what I was going to tell you about. What I was going to tell you about was, let me get to it. I accidentally opened that. So that's how I knew. I haven't really been on there. I haven't been on here much, as far as like, I guess, nurturing my channel, So am I wrong for that? Sure. But I just, again, have been trying to find where to dig in, how to dig in, where to dig in, and what am I doing here? Like what are we doing? But anyway, so this was interesting. I found it today and I've watched it almost 3 times already. And it's 2 hours and 12 minutes, 34 seconds long. And it's from someone I had never heard of before. 178 subscribers. Hopefully we'll change that. Oh, yeah, we'll change right here. Watch. Subscribed to all, right? Okay, so this is as soon as that moves. Okay, Fax Me That is the channel name, but I just want to show you guys. I'm gonna just kind of let him intro right here, and then I want to slide it over to this one part, and then we'll go to Ken Krog and the whiteboard meeting, right?
Everybody, and thank you for joining us today on the Fax Me That podcast.
Whoa,
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us today on the Fax Me That podcast. It is an interesting podcast today, to say the least. Not because of my guest, but because of the stories behind it. As we all know, the magnitude and the size of this case and the stories that take you left and right, up and down, we will probably never be able to
She was
wrap our
named
brains
for
around this. I need everybody to understand
child,
the importance
you
of this
know,
podcast
Michelle
wasn't to
McDermott.
match up timelines or even
Yep.
talk about how certain things happen, or maybe we missed this or maybe we missed that. It wasn't about any of that. It was just to simply talk about feelings of a detective who was 1,000% involved with this case. I know there was others, but today we had the privilege of interviewing and meeting with Detective Ray Hermosillo. He is a great guy. He loves his family and he loves his community, and he is definitely dedicated, not just to this case, but many more to come. And it was an honor to speak with him today. It was fun. And just to have some of his raw feeling. And our special guest brought
Thank you.
so much clarity as well to some of the things that happened besides police
I don't
work.
know what that
So
means,
without further
sarcasm,
ado,
but
sit
alright.
back and relax, enjoy. And remember to like and subscribe. And if you want to see more interviews like this, let me know. We'll make it happen. Everybody, to
Okay.
another
I
episode
haven't.
of
I can still
Facts Me
respond.
That podcast. We
I
have
will.
a special guest with us today.
Right.
Let's see.
First things first, I was like, "Whoa, what's he drinking?" So, and oh my god, look at the tattoos. Like, I've never seen him without a long sleeve shirt, without, like a blazer on with that. And I was like, "Well, I don't even know who this guy is right here, to the right." And anyway, so, but to my delightful surprise, okay, I have listened to all of the law enforcement, anybody, prosecution, things like that, who have people like that who have, had their hands and have been involved in the case in Idaho for sure. Um, thus far, I've watched every one of their interviews and things like that. So this one I hadn't seen yet, and I mean, this was from 3 days ago. But I was just like, "Wow," And then I heard him, like, I wanna say the first 7 minutes and, he said shit, and I was like, "Okay, I'm in. I'm in." He's drinking, he's chilled, he's speaking very candidly. I'm talking about Ray Hermosillo. And for finally, for once, I heard I heard somebody involved in this case, especially being an investigator and everything, so and I hate to say this like this, but so hands-on, you know, I feel, call it a trauma bond, call it whatever. I feel, like although I have a lot of, um it's making me emotional, hold on. Although I have a lot of suspicion about the people in and around this case. I, I don't know. There's just something that I just feel for, like, Ray Hermosillo that just I don't think I can ever put it into words because I don't know what it would've, been like to have to, find the kids the way that he found them and have to go through this process and have it impact your life in so many ways. Um, it's just a lot. There's a lot there, but so I'm just really appreciative of this guy. His name is Chuck. I found out. I don't know his last name, but um, I already forgot the channel name because my brain. I can't remember um, facts something. But I just thank you for putting this together and just for treating Ray Hermosillo with such dignity and respect. Um, you know, it was nice to see. It was nice to see the humanity, humility, just the human side of these tragedies, like, oh my god, I'm a mess. This sucks. I didn't know I was gonna be emotional because I was just happy about this. Um, but I figured I was like, "Oh my god, I feel like I need to go live and we need to go over it, like a react, but can't do it today. I gotta do, the rest of the 2016 whiteboard meeting with Ken Krogh, and that's fine because I need to process all this still, and I wanna give you guys a chance to go watch it yourself, we'll go over it together, but, and share it out because I think this guy deserves a whole hell of a lot more than 100 and however many subscribe he deserves a lot of subscribers and a lot of attention because he just treats it with, compassion and empathy, and he didn't this guy right here, Chuck, he didn't plan on, becoming involved or, um, uh, committed or invested in this case. His wife was into it, and then he said that, his son has, autism, and then when he, learned that JJ had autism, um, he just had to. He said, I needed to." I mean, he went to the both trials, Lori and Chad's. He was there the day that Chad was sentenced to death, and I mean, so it's just like, wow, you don't realize how many people this affects, and I mean, I guess for the most part, I'm talking about you guys in here in this chat right now, and it just is so heavy, and I'm just so glad and thankful and appreciative that in your darkest hour, that our creator, our God, whatever it is, whatever source is, I just feel like that void is not filled, but it's kind of bridged over, with support and love and compassion and all those things, grief, um, wanting to understand why bad things happen, especially to children. And anyways, it's just like you see the worst in humanity, but at the very same time that that's happening, you also are allowed this opportunity, like I was allowed this opportunity to like also see such beauty in humanity, and I mean, as name the worst thing ever that you could ever think of about this case, about these people and the things that they do. But you can also, you know, um, match that to something that's just as beautiful, on the whole opposite side of the spectrum. So it's like, wow. um, it's the craziest thing. It really is. Anyways, all right, let me go. So I just wanted to show y'all, not so much this, but there was just this one part, and I gotta try and remember where I had screen recorded it, but it was about zombies, right? Fax me that. Fax me that. I gotta say it 5 times in order to for it to stick. Okay, hold on. Let me oop. Okay, here we go. Well, no, no, no. Let me try another keyword. Yep, that's about right. Okay. Let me get to the. Oh dang. Let me go this way. Let me get to the top. I want to go to 1, 2. Okay, number 2. Here we go. Okay, so we're just gonna go right here, and I mean it's a good little block. So let's just. I just want you to hear. Yeah, that's about it.
Where one of the officers thought they saw a shadow going back and forth.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So they go and talk to her. And what was I guess that was the main, where's your kids, right?
Right.
Okay.
Where's JJ? And she said he's with a family friend in Arizona.
Okay.
So at that point, that's where our investigation goes, right?
Yeah.
She said he's with a family friend. try to get a hold of that family friend by the name of Melanie Gibb. Unable to get a hold of her. It's now starting to be early evening.
Mm-hmm.
I make a phone call back down to Arizona because that's where she's living. I said, hey, we can't get a hold of her. Would you mind just running over that address, seeing if you can make contact with her? One of the detectives from Gilbert runs over. She's not home. They end up getting her on the cell phone. She says, no, I don't have JJ. He's back in Idaho. So at that point, he calls me back about 9:30, 10 o'clock that night. Hey, JJ's not here.
Sorry. So she didn't have time to let her know. Basically, she didn't have time to have communication with her. Say, do me a solid. Cops are gonna look for my son. Will you just pick up the call and let her know? She never had that communication. So Melanie didn't know to have their back to do that, or did she just know better and did not want to lie?
I appreciate the question, man.
Come to find out later,
Okay.
Lori and Chad had called Melanie.
Okay.
Right after we made contact with them at the apartment,
Mm-hmm.
and said, hey, the Rexburg police are going to be calling you. We told them JJ was with you. We need you to lie for us and say JJ's with you. If you need to, go to like a movie theater, take a picture of a couple kids from a distance, say, hey, that's JJ. He's watching movies, whatever. And we need you to do us the solid, like you said. Originally, she said that JJ shouldn't have JJ anymore. She ended up lying to us that day.
Okay, let me stop you real
That
quick.
day.
So she thought about what they asked her to do and she ran with it.
Yeah.
For a minute, she ran with it.
Okay, whether it was a minute or a second, check
It was
this
weeks.
out. Whether it was a minute or a second, she played with the notion that, okay, I'll do this for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
A mother.
How does that make you feel? Like, doesn't that, knowing now everything, doesn't that make you feel just a little bit like
Pissed off?
that woman knew, not necessarily that they had died, but they were talking about dark this, dark that. This is a bad person.
Amen,
This
brother.
is a bad person. This is how we eliminate darkness. This is how we eliminate bad people. Don't you think for one second that she would put two and two together and say, wow, if the cops are looking for this boy that are not around, and this is what they were preaching, in your opinion, do you think that she was kind of like, man, something might be happening here?
I hindsight's 2020, right? And I think her involvement in this whole thing and knowing about what they were teaching, backing up a couple years or a year prior to, yeah, absolutely. I think she knew kind of what was going to happen. And I'm learning all this later on, right?
Sure. Yeah.
But right then, I don't know what her
I don't blame
involvement
him
was.
for waiting careful.
Right.
And so when she initially lied to the Gilbert police and said, yeah, he was here, but now he's back in Idaho, like she's pinning that back on Lori and Chad.
Right.
Yeah, they're like playing keep away, like, oh, hot potato, and then here you go. But I mean, again, this is another mother, a whole nother mother of 4 boys who she left. And then again, I really think that her and David Warwick's marriage was, in my opinion, out of fear of conviction or having to, testify against one another. They don't seem to be, seems like it was just, maybe Melanie was just trying to, tap that, her side piece, or vice versa, because he was married too. He was married too when he met Melanie. Interestingly, right? Interesting. But my whole thing, there was something that kind of dawned on me earlier when I watched this for the second time. And I was like, whoa, Jason, did you catch that? Okay. And I don't even know if he got to that part yet, but did they mention zombies yet? Hold on.
Bounced it back.
I thought, okay, she's going to be an ally. She's on our side. She's looking for JJ and Tylee as well. Later, we find out she was lying.
Yeah, she was lying. So with that in mind, I just said zombies. So I'm just trying to figure out the origin now. It's really kind of, again, it's still, it's like a conspiracy with those both named, Lori and Chad, and Alex, and unnamed. Okay. And to me, this is their whole little clique. And so zombies comes from these people, right? It comes from Melanie and Lori, Chad, Alex, Zulema, all these people. But there was an interesting aspect right here, and I just want to know if y'all catch it too, or if I'm off. You know how you can be so down in the weeds that you're just like, wait, what? Okay, so that's kind of where I'm at. And so with the documents that were quote unquote leaked by Ian Pulowski, or was it Natalie Pulowski that, got the computer that was Ian's, right? And he sent it with his son, Max. Okay. And so was it Natalie that turned in the zombie belief system, the weird thing, the weird belief system? We were like, what? They're talking about wormwood, just fairies and weird shit, right? The weird shit. And I mean, it was probably like 3 or 4 pages. So what I'm trying to kind of see is who introduced the zombies, and or did Melanie Gibb enter the term zombie at the same time that Ian Pulowski entered via his computer, via his knowledge, right? The word zombie and that belief system. I'm trying to figure out who, which one came first and, or did they come from the same place? And then how did that happen? How did 2 people, one from Arizona, a female, Melanie Gibb, and one from Idaho, much younger than her, much younger than Melanie Gibb, and from from the northern hemisphere, okay, like from way up there in the States. You know what I mean? So I don't even know how to explain it because it was just a totally new like concept for me. Anyway, so let's just kind of listen.
To us about something.
Let me know what you think.
What were some of those things that she was lying about?
Well, she never had JJ. JJ was never down there.
Got it.
And I think my honest opinion, she never came forward when that phone call was made. And if you think there's a child missing and they're in danger, you
show me. I don't.
Absolutely right. Yeah, 1,000%.
Most people.
I mean, I don't know if I'm just totally glitching on this, but I do not know where he'd said this. I would trust. I mean, like, trust me. If my Uncle Charles said it, then I would not be looking here. Like I wouldn't be going beyond what, you know what I mean? I wouldn't be looking any further because I trust what he says. I trust everything that he says way above anybody else. So I mean, which body cam was it? There's the January 31st. Then there is like the next day, or January 30th and 31st. I forget which one goes first because of the way they came out. So in my mind, my memory is not good to bank on with this as far as timelines, is what I'm saying. The one where he's standing outside is outside in the dark. Okay. The one where he's where he's standing outside and he's wearing a sport top and it's dark. Okay. I will have to revisit that. He did? Wasn't like the one that occurred. What? Yes, Charles did say that in one of, wasn't it? Oh, okay. I see how you're talking. You're doing speech to text, aren't you? Okay. Okay, well, dang. All right. I mean, I stand corrected then. So, wow. Okay, I gotta sit there and place that in my head, right? Well, thank you. I remember you saying that. I'm like, I mean, I would have remembered that, And so that's crazy. Y'all, it's been 5 years and I don't remember this. I mean, that does not stand out to me. Oh, thank you, T. Moto Grandma Gilbert. Melanie is something else. Keisha or Crusher, I love listening to you. Love always wins. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. I appreciate having you here. I mean, I really do. And I'm glad you commented. It really means a lot. And it does win. Love always wins. It's not, again, it's just a good message to hold on to, right? Wow, that's so interesting, Ravina. He said the word zombie. I remember it because the look on his face after it looked like he couldn't believe he was saying it. Oh, I know that feeling. So, oh my God, I got chills because I know that feeling. And I can just picture him frantic. Like, yeah, he was panicked. Yeah, frantic. And just like, come on, like he was yelling into that empty room with no furnishings, no, just, echo chamber where you feel like nobody is hearing what you're saying, you know? It's like, come on, emergency. Yes. I think when Charles said the word zombies to the cops, they stopped listening. I think they stopped listening about a lot of things, though. We need to go over that too, and we will, because, I mean, again, it's been not that I haven't wanted to go into and just start driving that home, the things, the facts, the evidence that we do know of thus far. Um, Going into seeking justice for my Uncle Charles, right? I mean, it's just so hard. I'm having a really hard time. And I don't know if it's just because I have more history with Uncle Charles, versus JJ, who was my nephew that was adopted, like I just wasn't around him very much, but it's so hard for me to like come to terms with uh it just sounds like it feels like a lot of finality because justice is different for everybody, and I don't I guess in my perspective, I feel like, I want justice for the victims first and foremost more than anything else in this world. I do. I just want them to be acknowledged. I want people to recognize and realize that, there's a lot more to this story than what's been said, what's been shared, what's been narrated. And, that whole justice through understanding thing, it means a lot to me. It is. It is a lot more emotional. It is. And he is. And, you know, but I mean, I want to do that for my uncle because I love him. It's not that I don't. It's just, it's hard because I felt this great sense of finality from Chad's trial. Like once that ended, I was like, oh crap. Oh no, 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 no. Like it's not over, but to a lot of people, it is over. And so it's like, okay, well, what do I do? And so that's kind of where I've been lost. I've been lost in the sauce. And it's very difficult. And I don't know how to explain it. It's just deep. It's very deep. So, but I do want to go over those and I want to get on. I just don't quite know where to start. It's like they've shared in this interview right here. This guy, Chuck, right here to the right, he was like, oh my God, I have tried. You cannot explain or, this story, this case to anybody. And I was like, so it's not just me, right? I mean, how many of you guys have tried to like, hey, Miss Mojo, how are you? Hey, Chris. How many of you have tried to explain this case or this story, whatever, to people that and you just, it's like that whole analogy about stapling Jello to a damn tree. It's just, I'm like everywhere. So I thought that was just me, but I mean, that makes a lot of sense. It's so big, it's huge, and it's like there's so many moving parts to it. Yeah, I do. And thank you, thank you, Ravina, too. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all telling me that because I mean, I don't want to sit here and, because I'm like, oh, well, it's either Ian or Melanie, but obviously it was introduced before then. And I just feel kind of dumb for not having noticed it before, he was a zombie and he was Ned. She could kill him with her powers. Okay, well then, I mean, I can't wait. Thank y'all so much. I believe y'all. I do. I do. Um, Lori's a liar. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely she's a liar. You have to draw a map. I try and I get lost in my maps, y'all. I have whiteboard and I have yeah. I have a whiteboard and I have, the ability to create some amazing flow charts, but I'm just like, what? What? I don't know. I get lost too. I was just trying to the other day, since watching Colby go over, his mom's the interview with Lori, uh part 2, and I was just like, "Oh my god." Um I didn't realize how much, he didn't know about Visions of Glory, and I think it's very imperative that I've been trying to sit here and explain to my mom and my dad about all these people that are connected, and the but I do not know how to say it, and then I don't know how to explain it because I'm overwhelmed, and like, it's like it also becomes like I become overstimulated or I don't know. It just it's like my head starts spinning, and mom asks questions, and so when she asks me questions, um it really throws me off, and I mean, I don't want to be like, don't ask me questions, I don't realize it's even happening. But it's like, anyways, it's like you have to have like Mormonism 101. First off, you got to go through Mormonism 101, from the inside, from the outside, I think, and then kind of work your way out that way to kind of understand who's who and how this factors into this. Like Megan, like, because she was on the inside, and now that, she's been on the outside of Mormonism. I've never been on the inside, but you know what I mean? Like, she can understand it, a whole lot better. She's way better at like articulating it, and kind of like my translator, I guess you could say, in a sense. And I say mine, but you know what I mean? She's very good at explaining this. Oh, I understand. I totally understand. I wish I had that switch, like I've looked for it. I've looked for it. I'm just like, "Oh my god." But I do. I completely wholeheartedly understand the need to do so, and I'm glad, and I respect you for that big time. For just knowing you, you know? And we can't be good for other people if we're not good ourselves, so got to keep that mental health healthy and sharp, right? um why don't they want to go, huh? Lori needed to oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, and who was it the other day? Huggy Bear, last night you floored me with your whole theory too, about Gordon Bowen possibly being the Punisher. But I mean, I know that the different, what do y'all call them? Covens, I guess. They are like, they all have different, because Joe Binion allegedly Joe Binion is also a Punisher, which y'all, Joe Wood Binion. I find that interesting because, his middle, I mean, his I don't know, Joe Wood, Wood. There's Rob Wood. There's um Nikki Wood also, who married Jason Mal's second wife. So I'm just like, oh my god, I just kind of that's just kind of how my brain works. I just kind of file things that way. I don't do it on purpose. It does it for me. But anyways, all right, yeah, she has lost her damn mind. All right, up in here, up in here. All right, let me play this right here. And
That call was made to her on November 26th. I didn't hear from her until December 7th or 8th. So there's a week at least that goes by.
Now, I know that according to Rich Robertson, he said that police performed surveillance on Melanie Gibbs' house after that, or, in that time period. So that's going to be interesting if and when that comes out. I can't wait to hear Rob Robertson. I mean, oh my God, Rob Robertson, Rich Robertson testify. I cannot wait. And is there going to be one trial or two? What? I mean, I'm so confused. Arizona is so different than Idaho, and how, I'm just like, what's going on? I don't even know. And I'm surprised by court hearings. It's like I'm not up to date. I don't know where to tap into that.
Learning that she's meeting with Alex she's meeting with Zulima, who's another player, or Melanie Boudreaux, who's another player, behind the scenes trying to figure it out. And then I get a call from her attorney saying that she's concerned. Well, in my opinion, she's concerned because they're pinning it on her,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And now she's coming forward with all this stuff. Why didn't she come forward earlier?
Yeah. And that's why I've always said, I don't know about you, Melanie. I've always had my doubts about you because I think you knew something. You knew
Preach,
the
brother,
doctrine. You
preach.
knew what was, and whether you were on board with it or not, you knew. And like Larry, Larry always said in front of the courthouses after every court session that they had, always said, "Stop what you're doing. If you see something, say something." Right?
Amen.
He would always say that, and I think that alludes to that. I mean, I don't, in my opinion, very unprofessional opinion, you knew something funny was going on.
Yes, you did, Melanie.
But you was doing things different to protect your butt at that time. I think at that time, in my opinion, I think she wanted to cover her ass. So she just wanted to, hey, I got my lawyer on the phone and, I'm concerned now, right?
Yeah.
Is that how you kind of...
Yeah, it was, but let me say this too, Chuck.
Yeah.
When she did come forward, she was... She gave us information we had never heard of.
See, it's like you got to deal with the devil
stuff and the dark entities and the spiritual aspect and how Charles was dark and he ended up dying. And so we're getting all this stuff from her on an interview. At that point, I didn't know if she was being truthful, if she wasn't. But a lot of the things she said were truthful, and it brought us, and it kind of confirmed a lot of things that we were thinking. So I'll give her credit to that.
Sure.
But I think she got there because she was forced in that direction.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly.
I don't think she would have came out and said that.
I don't know about force, but
if she wasn't forced.
Right. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right.
I appreciate
when the detectives in Gilbert reached out to her, Melanie. And she said her part and said, no, they're not here. They were here. Did that detective have an inkling that something was going on? Like you had the inkling when you guys went to go see Chad and Alex? Or was it just them doing their job saying, no, they're not here,
I don't know. That's a good question. I never really thought about that.
What was the vibes like? What was his temperature? Was he like, yo, I think something's going on here?
This is eerie.
We really never talked about that. Like the phone call that night was like, hey, JJ isn't here. What's your next step? And so I told him, look, we're going to apply for a warrant. We're going to kick the door in the morning. Hopefully we get the warrant signed by the judge, and we're going to figure out where the kids are at, or JJ was at that time. We didn't know Tyler was missing.
Right.
And that's exactly what happened. Like I made a phone call to the prosecutor that night. Hey, JJ isn't there. She hasn't seen him. He's supposed to be up here with Lori. And that next morning, early morning hours, we executed the search warrant at that place.
Lori's place. And that's when you guys found nothing. Hangers.
What we found was we found nothing, but we found a lot. If that makes sense.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, it told a story, right?
Yeah.
The next that afternoon, we were talking to Lori. We were talking to Chad.
So I can kind of understand that. When you put that
not even 12 hours later, we're back at the same place. We're inside the house. Everything's in place. There's couches, photos on the wall.
This is what
the pantry.
Want to leave the courtroom that day.
You go upstairs. There's beds. There's furniture.
Can totally tell that people.
Look like people live there, right? But there's nothing in the closet. Empty hangers. In every room, empty hangers. So these people left in
all those IDs and credit cards.
That told the story in itself.
All those. Remember in Melanie Pulowski's house, how there were all of the credit cards and identification cards of Brandon Boudreaux's? That was crazy, just to see that, and just all the religious art, or hanging on the walls and knocking over a picture of Jesus, and just so righteous, right?
No,
y'all. Also in here, and I'm not trying to, but in this, he talks about how Chuck, the guy on the right, asked Ray if Chad has a cult following, and he's like, not really. and anybody that does adhere to it, but not looking to him like a leader. He said that Chad was basically creating a harem, a very small one. And I was just like, wow, but to hear it, was very validating in a sense because it's not a cult following. Like, it's kind of like how Tim Ballard tries to portray human trafficking or HT. I'm sorry, I shouldn't even say that. HT or trading slaves. Okay. I don't know what else to say. It's the same way that Mormonism tries to portray God. It's the same way that, um, these cult experts and, with the hyper religiosity, all these things, and I don't quite have a good clear picture of this right now. I'm very foggy, but so I apologize, if I misspeak or whatever, but it's a secret society, and it's not so much of a cult following. It's just that, whether, and I'm learning that it's whether they have left the church and or not, or have left the, I don't know what even to say. If they, in this case, I can only say it's like there's a lot of people that have left the church, but have they left Satanism? Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's still intertwined in there. They still practice their beliefs, because it's a cult within a cult, so to speak. It's so gross and so extra. And anyways, I'll just leave that to the powers that be, right? They control pretty much everything anyway, so let's go.
We confront these guys about JJ. Now they're in the wind, not even 12 hours later. So that again was a huge concern.
Wow. So the next morning you said, you earlier said, we'll do what we have.
Okay. So we'll come back to this, or I'll schedule another live stream and we'll go over that. I was gonna schedule it, make another live stream so that we can go over this. I know, how could he wear temple garments? So weird. I know, right? That's actually, Chad was wearing his temple garments whenever they went to raid the house, Chad Daybell's house on June 9th, 2020. I mean, Ray Hermosillo's whole story about this is so intriguing to me. I'm just like, oh my God, yes. It's called Facts. Oh, Fax Me That. Okay, let me grab the link. That's what I meant to do earlier too. And so, I mean, definitely go subscribe and support him. I believe at first, when I first saw him, it was like right here. He looks like the guy who Chad Daybell had met with to purportedly, like, a movie was going to be written based off of Chad Daybell's books. His name was like Dustin or Darren. I don't remember the first name. I found an interview of this producer guy, a movie producer, right? Good God. They go hand in hand in the secret society over here. And I thought this was him at first. His last name is Jensen. I know that. And I was just like, who is this? Like what? Anyway, so Fax Me That is not okay. Who I just said, who was not the movie producer. So he's just somebody who didn't, plan on getting involved and invested in the case, but he did. And, even in this interview, he's like, I just wanted to go and hug Kate and Larry. I feel compelled to go hug them. And I mean, he went to a lot of Lori's trial. I don't remember seeing him, but hey, that doesn't mean anything. I didn't pay attention either. But like in Chad's trial, so I mean, just it's interesting how it can just grab you, And I've seen so many of you guys here who have been here for so long and or not, but it grabs you, and it does. And I think it's because we like have a way of connecting with people in these stories. You know what I'm saying? So some people are here because of the Latter-day Saint faith and have transitioned out of the church since learning about this, um, a lot have grabbed on just because of their own, um, you know, uh, abusive childhood, neglectful childhoods, and you kind of resonate with those patterns that you see in Lori and Chad and just all these people in and around them, there's just so many things and aspects to grasp onto. I connect with Joe Ryan because of the child estrangement thing. I'm just like, oh my God, no parent should ever have to go through that, or grandparent. Nobody should ever have to go through that. You should never use anyone you love, especially your child, as a pawn in anything, anywhere, ever. Okay. And I mean, that's just that. So I, anyway, so I mean, again, I think there's so many aspects, just like him. He was like this guy right here, Chuck, with Fax Me That. Okay. This YouTube channel right here, his son is autistic, and then, it just kind of like, oh crap, his wife was watching it, and then he just kind of latched on to that. And I mean, it's just a really good interview, guys. And I'm gonna post it again in the chat, and I just, please go sub up to him. He actually talks about Colby in this too, and he's just like, he feels and said everything that I said, and I've shared, that you've shared, about how we've seen Colby grow, and just you're not given a how to maneuver around murder, especially if it's your mom, and especially if she wiped out most of your family. There's just no way. There's no way to publicly even, there's no guide on how to handle this and handle, it's so huge. And I think that a lot of us in the families, different sides of the families, to the victims, I think we all have our own way of, um, kind of going through this, processing all this with you guys. Those of us who have chose to share this publicly, it is a very vulnerable position, and I'm okay with that. I think people need to show a lot more vulnerability. It's not a weakness, and sometimes we need that. Um, but we also have to show it too. It's like we need that, but we also, we can't just be one-sided and just be seeking that and never give it. You know what I mean? So it's like, anyways, I think everybody in and around the family has done their best to navigate what's been thrown upon them. I mean, for sure, that's been my whole thing in this. But anyways, not about me. So, okay, I'm gonna go switch to our boy Ken, right? Ken. All right, we're going Ken, full Ken. Okay, we were at like 111, and so I'm gonna go to like 110. Okay, all right, and we have till 2:13, so we need to go. I need to.
Go ahead and make my day. We've got to become masters at that. If there's any value of branding left, it's in this stuff, because Twitter has 140 characters.
And you know who did that really, really well? Porn Kills Love.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
He's got 1 million followers.
Yeah.
I mean, I talk to Clay fairly often, and he's always like,
see,
do you know how bad I wish I was selling child sex trafficking? Because
so here's that whole Clay Olson.
Don't get into porn.
So what's he do? So he has more followers than we do.
We need to tap those guys.
Like the new drug.
How come?
Because he's got a one
Because
line.
is
Is
this
this
fight
fighting
really
drug,
well?
or is that the same group as fighting?
Because our message is way more powerful.
Oh, hey Beth, how are you? I just realized who you were.
So
We need a one line.
Thank you.
bridges really, really well.
We need that's
Yeah.
He's
Thank
brilliant.
you. I'm so
If
glad you
look
speak
at
out the way.
the
Let me pause
revenue
this
that
because I'm
he
sitting here
earns and
talking.
the way he spends it,
But I have to tell you, thank you so much for speaking out and for sharing your, obviously bold, right? Which, I mean, you're just being truthful about the things that you've learned through your experience of being in Mormonism your entire life. Not to mention that you're related to Jason Mal. I won't hold that ever against you, right? My family has been judged on bloodline, right? Bloodline. But you know what I'm saying. I really do appreciate all that you do and all that you share to try and educate people as to, I mean, not just that, but I mean, it's a public service, right? Because it's not just a Mormon problem. It's not just a me problem or a you problem. It's our problem. It's a world problem, because there's a lot of people with the same mindset okay, that I found in and around this belief system, you know? So I really do appreciate you and everything you do and everything you bring to the table. And I definitely love y'all. Beth would show, and I think this is the right. Is this the right Beth? I might be wrong. Let me make sure. I'm thinking, oh, okay. Now I don't even know. Let me make sure. I need to make sure this is the right Beth. But now I'm kind of like, oh. Once I get some affirmative answers on that, I'll come back to that.
We need a one line. He bridges really well. We need
Okay, you're not. Okay. I'm so sorry.
The revenue that he earns and then the
I'm
way
so
he
sorry.
spends it, he spends it
Oh, let me
predominantly
get back over there.
on
No, I'm so sorry about that. Like, yeah, once I was like, wait, did she change her name? You know, because her name is Beth, but um, yeah. Anyways, again, y'all, I'm having total brain fog right now. It sucks, you know. So I'm so sorry for mistaking you for somebody else, but I do appreciate what you bring to the table. I do, and I'm glad you had both good and bad. You know, I mean, not bad, but you know what I mean. I'm sure average, you know, experiences with the church. I just don't want to see any system hurt anybody ever, you know? And that's something I didn't set out to like, you know, I didn't know it was going to bother me, but it does. And corruption, I didn't realize how much my body like rebukes it. You know, I'm just like, ugh, and it pisses me off. It pisses me off to see for myself the powers that be, so to speak. And to see them at work and to see them play out in a court of law, not once, but twice. And just to see all the levels of exploitation, all the things that go into a publicized murder case. You know, it's very weird. It's such an alternative world, in my opinion. Not to mention just stepping into the belief system of these people. It's just like, what? And it's not that I don't have to understand it all the way, you know what I mean? It doesn't make them weird. It just makes them dangerous, you know? And anyway, so all right. Back to Ken Krogh, 2016. This is pre-2019 whiteboard, the so-called infamous whiteboard meeting that we've heard Lynn Packer report on since, basically 2020 for me. So this is a video that was found and was sent to me by one of our members here. And it's very interesting because here, we went over part 1 yesterday. And so today we're trying to go over part 2 if I shut up or but right here, to the right of the screen, they're they're writing down people. Let's see, it says sharks and then it says no. So like all the people that they do know, Operation Underground Railroad, all the people that Tim Ballard knows, all the people that Tim Ballard's crew that are watching Ken Krogh teach them this whiteboard meeting. Okay, so they're sitting there. You'll hear other voices, and I need help. If anybody can help me identify them, I think Hugh Vale might be there. I actually listened to this again last night, and it sounded like maybe Hugh Vale was there. And so right here at the top, it says Glenn Beck, Lindsey Sterling. These are people that they know. Lexi Walker, Brooke White, Elizabeth Smart. We saw how that went. Terry Crews, right? He's on there with Simon, whatever his face is. I don't know. Jason watches all those shows. I'm like, what? The Voice, and I forget which ones he's on. American Idol, those shows. Then there's Scientology's Kelly Preston, who was married to John Travolta, right? Then it says, I think that says Breck Sexton, maybe? I don't know. Jonathan, I can't read his damn handwriting. I don't know what that, unless it says Jonathan Travolta. Chris says Brent Ratner would be in Diddy tapes. Well, yeah, and I mean, we are just one click away from, this being Diddy. Straight up. I mean, it's just a matter of, it's not if, it's like when and where and who, it's like that. I mean, I was wondering if Tony Robbins, maybe parlayed over there at the white parties. Wouldn't shock me. Don't they? Didn't they live close to one another right there in Florida? Yeah, Travolta. Yep, Scientology. But look at Tim Ballard. I have that video of him that was taken down by Marisol Nichols. She is a Scientologist. Again, it knows no boundaries. It knows no borders. It knows no race, creed, sex, none of those things. Okay, it's no respecter of anybody. It doesn't respect anybody, any of these people. They just want to traumatize, obviously proselytize, and then monetize. They want to make money off of it. And I mean, it's blaringly obvious to me now, but I'll go check that in a little bit. This I don't, yeah, I'll go back and look whenever we're done, see what y'all talking about. Okay, so anyways, I mean, just it goes down the list here to also talk about Jenna Elfman, also Scientology, Cascade, Montel Williams, he's pretty sketch. Alex Boyer, he actually attended some Firm Foundation Firm Expo event. Luke Bryant, Elder Ballard, right here. Let me go over there so I can point at it. Right here, Elder Ballard. Then you have Carlos Slim family. Then you have Eduardo Verestigi. I mean, there's that picture that Lynn Packer had shared, published, in one of his op-ed series on Ballard and OUR and this whole, group with them being knighted. It was Paul Hutchinson, it was Eduardo Verestigi, Sean Reyes, and Tim Ballard standing in their blue and white knighted, their gear, their get up, okay, their little costumes. But these are serious costumes because, like, when Jason realized, he was like, wait, he was knighted? I was like, allegedly, and he said that, I mean, the Queen of England would have had to have, he was like, just picture like Elton John and how he was knighted. And I was like, whoa. I was like, it wouldn't shock me. It would not shock me one bit. It would not shock me. And I think that was in 2015. I actually have it on this. It might not be able to see it though, because it's not very clear. I'd have to, yeah, it's towards the bottom. You see where it says credit Reddit at Chino Blanco. Right above Blanco, it says Knights Templar, and it has even the symbol right there. And I remember looking at it, it said 2015. And so that has to do with Sean Reyes. And it says, that connects to Paul Hutchinson. Where's Paul? There he is. Okay. And Tim Ballard. See how it runs through there? I wish I could point at it with my mouse, but I can't because it's overlay. It's a dang overlay. All right, let's get going.
On graphic designers.
Yeah,
And
look.
millennials.
Yep.
Designing his t-shirts.
Yep.
Posters. I mean, he spends a lot of money.
Nowhere.
He pays those guys.
Nowhere
His
they talk about
website,
kids.
His articles, his
Killer.
research.
I love this stuff.
That's where he puts all of his money. He's a thought leader.
Okay, so what we've learned to do there is the price of cool is crazy high if you do it the way everyone else does it. So what we do is we go get in really close with the creative design staff at BYU. And we ask them to give us their new prodigy, their best. We want the kids who could go to Madison Avenue, but we don't want.
Oh, we're Gordon Bowen's band.
And so this is because you can't afford kids.
Madison Avenue is where Gordon Bowen, was an ad. He was a Madison Avenue ad, whatever. He owns McGarry Bowen. He designed the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints icon, their brand, I call them, how yesterday we were talking about the importance of and the repetition of this brand ambassador thing. And I'm just telling y'all, I'm just kind of collecting these things as they're thrown out. these labels, and I'm going to share with y'all one day what I think it is. So, but I call them the rebrand ambassadors because that's all they do is just rebrand, rebrand, and it's crazy.
BYU. And we asked them to give us their new prodigy, their best.
That's
We want the kids who could go to Madison Avenue, but we don't want them to know it yet. And so
okay.
this is because you can't afford in a nonprofit world to live and breathe the way everyone else does design. That's the formula for disaster.
Because you're
our
special.
model is what we just stay scrappy, and we swim way upstream, which is the next one. Move everything upstream. So let me give you an example. This one's huge. So in other words, move all of your effort upstream from what everyone else does. For example, when we do a trade show, this is probably our best play as a company. I learned this at Franklin. And what I do is Franklin, I learned I had to plan for a big event eight weeks ahead of time.
Franklin,
but
what?
I should do all of my effort about the event before I got to the event. So I wrote 2 articles on Forbes that I want your team to read.
Okay.
And they're like the 12 commandments of highly effective trade shows.
Write that down.
When we do an event, let me give you a couple of examples. The first one was at Dreamforce every year. Everybody else buys a huge platinum booth for $1 million. Well, that's 30 by 30. We buy a gold booth for 200,000. It's only 10 by 20. But we take the extra $750,000 that we didn't spend, and we get another $1 million at Swag. Really nice remote controlled airplanes.
And they make lucrative money on Swag.
Really
I looked
cool
it up.
And we give that away to bring everybody from the show floor to the meeting room. And every year you've got them coming back. And we do 20-minute presentations with 20 to 40 people in that room where we have a chance to immerse them in who we are. So everybody else, they go hang out at a trade show booth for 5 minutes and walk away with, some goofy, stupid little thing. We go big on the Swag.
Oh yeah, y'all do.
And I remember what we did was we would spend months previous to Dreamforce.
We would set appointments before the show to meet us at
everyone was going to. So they would. Yeah. The appointment would show up at the booth, and then we would man people at the booth, and their job was to run them over to
the average company at Dreamforce walked away with 165 leads.
TC.
2 years ago, we walked away with 11,700. And they had all been through a 20-minute presentation.
Like being too sensitive in my family.
We were willing to talk to the salesperson.
I've been called too sensitive.
We had 16 million in pipeline in 4 days. We closed 4 sales at the show. So how do you close 4 sales at the show when it's a 2-month sales cycle? Well, the key is you take a list of people last year who came, and they become the people you invite to come meet you at the show, and you work them over so that the live event. Remember my little thing of social, digital, virtual, live.
That's a lot of words.
Imagine the cost that it would be to go visit those people, but they're all there with you. So this is a live event. So if you've done your stuff ahead of time and you've swum for 2 months.
I just saw something float across the screen.
2,500 appointments.
They got them some orgs. They need to stop summoning them damn devil. I said devils. Evil devil. I was putting 2 words together. My bad. Watch. It's right here. And it's going to float like this. Okay. Right here.
A live event. So if you've done your stuff ahead of time and you've swum upstream for 2 months.
Yeah.
And we had 20.
That was weird.
I'm
going back.
All there with you. So this is a live event. So if you've done your stuff ahead of time and you've swum upstream for 2 months, and we had 2,500 appointments set for the show before the show began. So the number 1 rule of swimming upstream is never hold an event that you can't set more appointments before the event begins to pay for the event. Does that make sense?
I swam upstream
So
once.
the key is the database.
We all did.
So if you
Sorry.
have everybody you met in San Francisco at last year's event, whatever it is, and there's a couple thousand, and you invite them to come meet you at the show, you stack the deck and move everything upstream. So this is the same thing we do with everything. We always move it upstream. I'm sorry, I've sort of
Sounds like
forgotten
Kenny
the reason
Rogers
I was telling you about this principle. It was critical.
and Dolly Parton.
My brain's still. Anyway,
Miss Mojo Rising gets it.
what was that? It was really important. We were talking about branding.
Can afford to Madison Avenue approach.
Yes, that's it. Okay, perfect. Okay.
I wonder if they've talked to
That's it,
Gordon
thank
Bowen
you.
about this, saying
So,
that Madison Ave,
what we
Avenue
learned-
approach.
You guys ever heard of Billy Bean?
Yeah.
He's the founder, or he's the general manager of the Oakland A's. And he was Moneyball. He taught us this.
She's known as sabermetrics.
Sabermetrics. He cost us $40,000 for a 40-minute speech at our trade show 2.5 years ago, and we had to sign that no reporters would be in the room and we wouldn't share all of his secret sauce.
Here we are.
But here's what he does. He did Moneyball and he watched all the stats. And if we have one little econ major, people think the stats are so expensive. An econ major out of BYU is $40,000. And you
Interesting.
just
Oh,
because the way
and I'm sorry I'm stopping so much, but I mean, come on. I made this connection last night, and I mean, or just kind of like, I wonder. And so maybe you guys know more than I do. Obviously, probably so. This is, collective effort. There's anyways, it has to do with, I remember watching Mormon Housewives or whatever. I don't even remember what the name of the damn show was. Salt Lake City, and they had, like Heather Gay. They had Jen somebody, and she actually went to jail, I want to say, prison. They owned, and I want to say her husband was in Utah Jazz or coach or so. I forget. Again, that was so many moons ago. But I remembered them selling tequila, and I thought that was really weird that they sold tequila. Yet it's just like the church having, owning or having ownership in Coca-Cola and Pepsi, yet they teach the word of wisdom, I'm just like, what? That doesn't make sense. Why you want to push something that you claim you don't drink? And the lavish parties that were going on, and that I remember her name being Jen, and how they had that tequila company, and Sean Diddy Combs also had a tequila company, and and who I went and looked at, like, the companies that, like the board members and stuff that are in the company that was supplying one of the arms of Sean Diddy Combs. Another aspect I looked at was from something that Ken Krogh here said last night, and it was that Frank Vandersloot. Well, actually, he said something about how the church contacted Ken. Ken was like, the church contacted me, and they were having trouble with theming or something. I forget the term he used. Tim Ballard's Facebook presence or whatever. Branding, so branding. He's a guru of the branding of the InsideSales.com. I mean, he's not wealthy because he fell into it. But anyway, so, like, it's just some stuff that he said, and he said something about how he was like, yeah, and the church said that. Where was that? Something about the, Bonneville Communications. I guess I don't need to speak on that until I have that all together, so I can even share a coherent thought, because so I went on into another rabbit hole last night, looking into, because I was like, well, I thought that Frank Vandersloot bought Bonneville Communications, which turned into East Idaho News, okay, and some other stations that he uses to, allegedly, in my opinion, he likes to get people, or bring them to court, even though he's a billionaire. But let's see. So I was just like, okay, well, I thought that, Frank Vandersloot, I just didn't realize how TV stations and those kind of communications, Cox Communications, these different companies, iHeartRadio, and so on. I didn't realize how they quite work, because there's Glenn Beck and his whole thing. Then there's, with Blaze TV. Then there's Diddy with Revolt TV or whatever it was called. The powers that be, right? And we know who controls all the dang radio stations and TV stations. And I find it interesting that the Cassie tape in the Diddy case was leaked or revealed on CNN. I find that extremely interesting. But anyway, so I was just kind of chasing that down, and come to find out, I found out that, it's like Bonneville Communications was, I want to say, founded in like 1968. Don't hold me to that, but somewhere around there. And I forget the name of a shocker, right? I know the name of the guy who founded it. It's like I can almost picture it, but Matson, or maybe somebody Matson. Anyways, but Bonneville Communication has sold. I'm just trying to understand, because how the church, whenever they had that SEC filed against them from that whistleblower, David Nilsson, and they were hiding so much money, boatloads of money, saving it for Jesus' second coming, right? AKA the new order world. Okay, I'll say it backwards. But anyways, it's so much. I'm just trying to keep my thought process. I don't know. Let me get my thoughts. I'll come back to that.
Pitchers is
Ugh.
he looks for a kid who, in the vetting process of college baseball, was good enough that he matched the stats that would be an $8 million pitcher. But then he goes and recruits him for $350,000. And he has to work a little harder to find one. He recruits them at $350,000. He writes them up to where they're worth $8 million. Then he intentionally trades them to his biggest enemies in baseball, because that siphons off $800,000 of their payroll. Only costs him. Then he goes and finds another kid. So,
let me ask a question. All right. Are his teams, one, winning and go to the playoffs, and two, if they don't go to the playoffs, are they profitable?
Yes.
So show me an outcome. If his team is more profitable than others, I'm interested. Because I know they're not winning the pennant.
Not this year, but they traditionally have.
They have the highest winning ratio in professional baseball for 11 years straight.
That's what I wanted to get.
So here's their payroll. They're number 4 lowest in all payroll. In 2012, 2013, they had the highest number of wins.
And they're almost always in the playoffs.
And so here's my point. Beautiful. Okay. Here's my point. You cannot compete as a nonprofit with ad agencies, and you can't pay their fees ever. They'll drain you dry. So what you do is you go to the communications department at BYU and you find their best talent.
Why?
Let them be interns for you.
Wow.
You got the coolest story to tell. And so what we do is we have one lieutenant whose only job is really to build you an army of interns. And then you teach them all this social stuff. Then you let them tell your story. And then you find that really great designer that on Madison Avenue would cost you $450 an hour. And it's literally a $35,000 kid. We did that, and our best branding came from that kid. Now he literally is on Madison Avenue. When I teach, I bill $25,000 a day for what I just shared you guys.
Oh my
And I
God.
hire kids out of college for $32,000, and in a single year, taking what we show them, they get hired away to $130,000. This happened enough times. So what I'm trying to do is build you guys some strategic knowledge, and you've got the strategic brand. So we have to make it cool for the best talent at BYU to come work with you. Does that make sense? So,
or that it can be cool.
Yeah.
That there's potential to be. I mean, it is cool.
It is. I mean,
I think we have a pretty
big definition of
They
cool.
can make the brand even cooler.
Yeah, agreed.
And you let them do what they do, because they are the millennials.
So things you can do is like
Exploit is what I
bring
hear.
in the Navy SEALs and the CIA guys and
Yes.
let them meet the jump team members.
Yes.
How do they just have these people in their back pocket?
That's what everybody wants. So you just give them those behind the scenes kind of.
Yeah, you've
stuff that
packaged
doesn't
up
cost any
cool,
money.
you guys.
That's
It's
nuts,
really right
man.
there. You're swimming with the shark, the Navy SEALs. You got to remember that. That's what your mojo really is. I mean, these are the badass dudes that all the
Oh wow.
New York's finest want to be.
Oh.
You know,
Kind of take us through, rifle versus cannonball.
okay.
So if we have one, let's say we have a Tony Robbins.
Yes.
Tim's going to be on with him tomorrow. Okay.
I don't
Walk us
know,
through a
Rabia.
cycle with Tony. Give us just a blow by blow. I mean, you're exhausted. It's exhausting. But okay, Tim's on the phone with Tony. What are we going
Tony
to ask him
Robbins.
to do? And then walk us through one cycle with one person, and then we'll take one. We'll all immerse ourselves in one, and then once we do that, we can go down this list.
Yes.
Replicate it. Medication, back rub.
So it really is this.
Oh
whole
Lord, let me
concept
move
model,
this.
you know? So we start first with the idea. Now this is where the cool comes in.
Oh,
Got to
okay.
decide
Get ready.
what's the rapport building concept between you and Tony.
Tony
Okay.
wants to build his brand.
Yeah.
We want Tony's downline. He wants to say,
So that's your purpose. So that's your purpose.
Okay, it's not
Well,
saving
what's the
children.
concept?
Okay.
What cool?
Tony saves kids.
Griff.
Or Tony,
Tony
whatever.
goes on a jump. We film Tony on a
Yeah.
jump.
The Tony,
He tells his people.
And what about Tony adds to the coolness of Tim?
Mm.
Because Tim will give Tony coolness. He's already got it.
Mhm.
But and I'm not saying
Tony's
we
cool.
answer it right now. He is built in.
It's cool. His story. Rags to riches and maintain
his story or whatever. And so maybe you guys say, look, we got to come up with a cool concept that we can cross brand each other with that has some rapport built into it, so that you guys can talk and enjoy talking about your stories. So once you got the core concept right, then you say, okay, what's the event we want to do that we can capture Tony and Tim together? And so I don't know. And for me, I do webinars because I teach best practice kind of concept. This is not quite the same as you. When you move to Liberty 89, you'll do a little bit more because you're going to do best practices of
Would a show work? Tim's
Liberty 89.
Come on, we're
show is
launching a show.
Or his live events have 10,000 people.
Hmm.
That pay anywhere from
he's got
$5,000 to $100,000 to be there.
Can they do a joint event?
God.
So the live events.
Or what? No, an event. One of his events have Tim.
Right,
there.
that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Tim, Tony's
We
event.
want his audience.
Yeah, Tony does an event. Tim comes up. Tim's there.
Yeah.
He's the guest. Here's my co-host.
And something we can do is
And we're changing lives together.
And I'm shooting
him
him
on
on
the
Every
I
day.
don't know Tony's secret sauce mojo, but either a live event or a virtual event or a recorded something. The two of you, like to me, I would go after a live event and see if he has like a massive YouTube channel with millions of followers.
Good God.
But the live event would be filmed and put on, because the live event was only 10,000. But it would be real and authentic and emotional.
Yeah.
Emotional.
Recorded and put.
Keyword.
We want to tap his network.
And tap everybody's
Do you know
network.
That whole sequence of people, the woman that got up and
They
said,
changed it.
it's been someone
They videoed it.
Oh, I want to see that because it was so organic. You come to the course, at the end of the course, congratulations. What are you going to do when you're a billionaire? And a
That's
woman
what we
comes
talked
up and
about.
says,
Yeah.
hey, I want to get involved and donate. I'll sell this and I want to donate money and support Operation Underground Railroad. Oh, okay, cool. What is it? She tells, okay, next they pull somebody else out of the audience. He comes in and tells his story. But the third guy gets up and tells what he wants to do and then says, but I want to hear more about Operation Underground Railroad. I want to donate to them too.
I have to
And
put
then
a start principle here.
Y'all, that's crazy.
You sell others
Pain.
better. So in other words, it's really hard to sell yourself. But Tony can sell you. And you can sell Tony. So that's the primary methodology that you use when you're starting to drive this cross-branding to a monetization model or to a credibility model. So somewhere along the way, you want to do something that promotes Tony the way he wants. And you just say, Tony, what can I do? Well, I've learned that's so powerful. I always bring him and say, Tony, I want to make sure this is a big win for you. What can I do for you? And then he'll think about an answer. And then he'll reciprocate.
Yeah, I mean, Tony's
That's when you have your call to action ready to go.
What if, we have so many people that say they would love to be able to quit work and just support OUR and volunteer, or I wish I had money and I could give a ton of it to you. Well,
I wish
there's a
I
guy
actually
that
did.
happens to be really good
I
at
did.
changing lives, and his name's Tony Robbins.
Yes.
And then Tony's guys that have already changed their lives. What are you going to do with your money? Well, now you can get back. There's this thing called OUR.
Don't people change their own lives?
Change everyone's life.
You know what I'm saying?
So you need to change your life. Tony can have to change your life once you've changed.
Okay,
it.
they're not God.
That kind of a deal.
Yeah.
One thing we want to do is, I want one ask I want to get into him is, could I send one of our victim survivors to one of your seminars?
That's what I was just thinking. How cool.
What?
And
Isn't that trafficking?
Film it. I have the perfect candidate. She just turned 18, so she's an adult now. She can tell her story. It was an amazing rescue we did in Acapulco, where we went down there expecting to rescue 20, and the trafficker only had 2. And we thought, do we do it? Do we do this whole thing for 2 kids?
Wow.
And of course we do. And we get this little girl, and we get her to rehab, and she's still scarred, of course, but she's now like healing, and
What a cool deal.
she's in school to be a chef now.
Wow.
And then if I said, hey, will you go? Will you go? This one because we risk it. Okay, can she go to one of your weekend programs?
Now you got the
Tony Robbins scholarship.
And Tony's gonna say, and then for Tony, can you imagine he's got a trafficking victim here, and working with a group that's rescued her, and now she's gonna go through his class.
Yeah.
And any improvement she makes is just like,
Totally
what a story!
change.
What a story for Tony! What a story for her.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
And you got to
That
do a
plays to his
7-minute
superpower.
documentary on
That
that
lets
truck.
him shine.
You
And
gotta
that's
feed
Makes
that
them
back
shine.
out
You got to
the
go to that level of thought as best you can whenever you do a joint interaction like this. If you can find how they can contribute their superpower, they're in. They are in. So you do the event, you do the archive, you do the video, you do the podcast,
Social media.
you do, and so like you take snippets from the event, you play it on your podcast, and you do all the levels of social media, the blogs, and then the key with the blogs is you make sure you've got Tony. And so let's say you do 4 articles on the blog out of that 1-hour event. So you do Tony Robbins, author of book number 1, Tony Robbins, author of book number 2, Tony Robbins, author of book number 3. So you got 4 series. And then you tell this story, and now you siphoned all the traffic from Tony and his top 4 books. The books are usually as big as the author, and now you've got this machine it's like a vending machine that sits in a hallway on Google for years, and it just trickles people to you.
He sounds like
If
a
you
Google
structure
expert.
that well, because it's the keywords
Don't he?
on the blogs, and then you just move around. You got the social media, and then during this time when you do the ask, you say, now Tony, we're just getting started. We've got a pretty good loyal following. They love loyal followings, and we will promote, but we always ask for a joint promotion. And then what you do is what Hugh does is you give them a promo kit. This is why it's so cool. The promo kit comes with some ready-made tweets and an email to send to their base, and a bio on Tim, and a couple of stories, and where you want this to go, the ask that you're making, so it's a virtual. It's a virtual kit that makes it easy for Tony.
They copy and paste it in there.
They open that virtual box and plug and play.
Yeah, because
they don't want to think about it.
They will never take the time to get to your secret sauce. But if you give them this, and once you've done one set, you just tweak it for the next guy.
And what is the ask?
So, well,
what's our
the
ask?
initial ask? Well, that's
a
what we have to decide.
relationship.
How are we
What
gonna?
is it?
Are we gonna monetize her out of the gate?
Right, that's what I'm
Are
wondering.
we gonna do a breadcrumb trail and say, look, Tony, what's your vision of this? Could we come on every so often?
or should we just go for the juggler right at first and try and monetize? That's where you just have to decide, because if you make too big of a leap, it's too awkward for his audience. But if they fall in love with this story, that's where I don't know. I don't know the answer to that one. I have to go test, because I don't know how far down the path I can go in a single leap.
How fast do we jump from
Yeah.
A to B?
Because it's called nurturing for a reason. It's permission-based nurturing. It's a campaign where you have to go just to the limits of reasonable. But by the third or fourth one, you can get about what you want.
Well, I love the initial asks. I think it's perfect. Just like Tim described it. Like that's, Tony, here's our goal. I mean, the way we lay that out, I think that's perfect. What
Sounds like they're pitching
I
a
think
phone.
it's very fair for Tim to say to Tony, now, Tony, we've had all kinds of things. Obviously, what we're really trying to do is drive resources for Navy SEALs to go rescue kids.
Yeah.
Navy
You're way
SEAL.
better at this, Tony, than I am in your world.
Yeah.
I said, we've done things like this where we have t-shirt bundles for $35, or we have, 3 kits that go from $5 to $200, or we have nothing but a cool story because we don't want to offend your base. We don't know, but you do.
Yeah.
If you were in our shoes, you spin it.
Yeah.
What
Stop
would you do
exploiting
if you were
people.
us trying to save kids? And if we don't raise the money, that's just one less jump we do this year.
Right. And how can we benefit you?
Yeah.
There is a way that we both benefit, and the consumer benefits and the kid benefits. There's actually 4 points to this. How do we do it?
Yeah.
And this is what we thought. What do you think?
Now, Tony happens to be one of the best in the world at this.
Oh my
sort of
gosh!
thing.
Yeah, this is just
So
bailiwick.
what I would do is I would say,
NLP,
look, can
right?
we have you? What do you call it, Glenn Beck and Lindsay Sterling's? Can you be one of our ambassadors?
Oh my God.
That would be the holy grail, short term.
And know what to ask him. So yeah, well, what do they do? Well,
Yeah. So around here is the ask. I mean, this is where you get to the monetization, and you just have to decide. I don't know the answer, but I know how to find out. It's a 4-letter word. Starts with T, ends with T, pronounced test. I really don't know the answer, but this model never fails me.
Huh.
It never fails me, because as soon as I hit critical mass, where I've topped about 7% conversion on a website, I make money forever.
Oh, the beauty of the
And I
test
never lose
is
money.
you always fail. You want to fail.
Yeah.
You're gonna fail
But you
quickly
fail
to
fast,
find
you fail
out.
small.
Fail. If you're gonna fail quickly. Fail small. Figure out the secret.
Yeah.
Pray that a test fails, because then you don't go that direction.
So
You just can't keep failing. You have to learn
That's
from
it.
it.
If you forget everything I just said, remember that I don't know the answer. I've just shown you the models, but of them all, that's the one.
That's it.
That is it. And
They're freaking draining.
cool that's the secret sauce.
So maybe it becomes some kind. I don't want to just maybe it becomes some kind of joint kit with Tony,
Right.
Like, hey, I will give you a 2-minute podcast of Tony's best top tips,
Yeah,
and you get also an OUR.
Maybe
The movie
Tony's-
something, and it's you donate $5 to OUR or whatever that is.
Yeah, maybe he has a
You get really
$25
creative with
kit that he donates,
Yeah.
or that he gets.
He gives his profits to
50% of,
whatever, or whatever.
and
Yeah,
everybody
that's where
who
he gets
buys,
excited,
boom.
and he'll know what resources his team will know what
So-
resources
so if
they
you
have to
guys
throw in the kit.
Analyze Kickstarter, some of these next gen online fundraisers. Have you seen some of those?
Yeah.
My favorite example was the Tesla Museum. Have you heard about that? So remember, Tesla was the one who advocated electricity versus Henry Ford, who was gas.
Yeah.
And Tesla lost. His ideas were better, but Ford was a better businessman, and he just ground him into the dust. Well, Tesla worked in this building, and the family was going to sell it because they needed money. And a group of supporters said, we want to turn that into a museum. Well, it was going to cost $850,000. So they said, well, let's do an online website with an auction, and let's go find everything we can possibly think of related to Tesla. And let's
This is, I can always listen to this.
sign it.
Weird.
So they had a baseball cap for $12. Then they actually had paraphernalia and pieces of his life and pictures of his, all the way up to $500.
That's how they do with Joseph Smith.
They would
And
say, we got
artifacts they
600
allegedly found.
hats, we got 400 of these, and there's only 6 of the limited edition. Well, they raised $850,000. In fact, they raised $1.1 million,
in like 4.5 months. And the descendants of Tesla signed it. It wasn't even a real Tesla signature, but they told everybody. But because it was an emotional cause for people who like gadgets and electrical cars and, you know,
Emotional cause.
this online site, well, that's the same kind of thing. If you've got, you know, Tim signing stuff and Tony say, look, Tony, we've got this monetization site. Can we have 250 of your kits, you know, and some books signed by you and a picture of you and Tim together on a jump? I mean, the coolest thing is if you take Tony Robbins on a jump with you guys.
I'm going to hopefully throw that out there too.
And they did.
And just like that great picture of you holding the kid, have Tony hold the kid.
Yeah.
You know, and that
This is
and
disgusting.
That photo,
Yeah.
and then maybe have Tony tell the story of a jump and make it into an ebook. I don't know. I'm just brainstorming.
Makeup on that guy because he is globally recognized.
Yeah,
And 6'8".
yeah.
Damn
Blends
Nephilim.
into a crowd. Yeah, real nice Asian crowd. Take him to Thailand with us.
But one thing I can do with you guys is I'm really good at right now. Half the stuff I say is stupid.
Me too.
It's usually in the right direction because I've seen so many of these. But you guys will know what's real. I'll try and help brainstorm whenever we've got an event like this. You know. But after a while, the patterns start working. You say, well, Ken, that was stupid, but man, that one just nailed.
No, they're all tests.
Yeah.
They're not stupid, they're tests.
That's actually how I found those 7 rules.
Yeah,
I've done hundreds of
There's
tests.
hundreds of failures that derive 7 rules.
And I kept finding the pattern, the bird river don't dig a well, and I gave it a name. I gave it a Clint Eastwood one-liner, so there's now a principle I can own.
Oh, I that's one of the brightest. I love to bird a river instead of digging a well or building one. I love that. We need a one-liner.
Yeah.
Rad's bitch.
Grift.
That was global.
That's children.
Global. He said global.
So I'm just sort of like a fire hose tonight, but I'm trying to get the concepts because if you get the why, you can figure out the what and the how. And then I'll go with you on a few of these until we got a monetized machine working. Then we can start testing the website. As soon as you get about 7%, you've got a self-perpetuating money machine. That's about where the line is.
Shit. Y'all crawled for a long time ago, boo.
60%. 1 out of 2 people goes, I monetize. So it's that good to great concept of building the flywheel that has to get speed going, but you've already got that. We have components of it. Yeah.
And we've got unbelievable who's who.
So now
If we get this wheel, it's going to be incredible.
now we go to the simplicity on the far side of complexity. I've thrown out a ton of crap. But it really comes down to what I said, is we build the traffic on purpose to get a lot of traffic. We start taking your content and building content that can be monetized. Ebooks, T-shirts, kits. Once you got monetized content, then you use the traffic to monetize the content while you keep doing your top of funnel swimming with sharks. You just keep. So all you do is
just pretend, act. It's all an act.
Sharks, and tell your story. Now, knowing in the back of your mind that what you're really doing is you're bridging from OUR to the abolitionist to 89 and these concepts, so that this gets bigger and bigger and bigger all the time.
That's a big one.
This is the mattress at the bottom of the cliff trying to save hundreds of kids.
That was it.
This is trying to prevent bad guys from becoming bad.
Okay, so I call it this right here, and so let's see. I got to hear it again. Make sure I was hearing what I was hearing.
Sharks. I tell your story. Now, knowing in the back of your mind that what you're really,
what you're really doing, right? What are you really doing, right? What are we really doing? What's your goal here, Tim? And church.
All you do is go meet new sharks and tell your story. Now, knowing in the back of your mind that what you're really doing is you're bridging from OUR.
You're bridging from OUR
to the abolitionist
to the abolitionist, which is slave stealers, right? Maybe LLC.
89 and these concepts
89. That's Liberty 89. I mean, that very much resembles the whiteboard drawing.
so that this gets bigger and bigger and bigger all the time. But this is the mattress at the bottom of the cliff trying to save hundreds of kids. This is trying to prevent bad guys from becoming bad. You know?
That's bullshit.
And
So he acts like him and dressed like him. Okay, makes so much sense.
Anyway, that's the concept. You're always bridging. So originally, for the first few times, you don't mention that, hey, we've got to stop the bad guys from that. You know, let's do some preventive action, but you start feeding that in. And pretty soon, that's all you talk about with Oprah. The first time you meet Oprah, you just show pictures of the kids and the problems. But the next year, you're talking about how we help bad guys stop being bad.
Ask her about her school.
I'm just brainstorming here, but you're always bridging to changing the hearts and minds of the people. And that's when the cops it's back to Alma. You know, the best thing he could do was bear down in pure testimony and change the hearts and minds of the people.
Huh. Oh my God.
Anyway, that was my
I hate when they talk like that.
Because honestly, hundreds, when there's millions, we gotta embrace a community to get behind you. That's the big one. And you may never do it, but that's such a big cause. This becomes status quo. You know, if you aim at the stars, you at least hit the horizon. If you aim at the horizon, you might hit the mud. If you aim really, really big, this becomes easy. And as this flywheel starts to move, and your when your database hits millions of people, this is no-brainer stuff. You'll just kill it with this. I'll shut up.
Yeah.
It's great. Awesome. It's really good. Should we try to think of some one-liners real quick? Or
Yeah.
Would that?
Well.
Or is that the next? Or do we say that for?
These you sort of spin out, but know that this is the kind of goal. You've already got a few. Operation Underground Railroad is a brilliant brand.
Yeah.
That right there taps into, that is a river. You diverted a river.
Yeah.
And you did it in a way, you know, the whole slavery thing, the Abraham Lincoln thing.
Flavor.
You know,
What?
Obama did that. Obama tried to pitch himself as the new Lincoln. You know, honestly.
I like I think you guys used it for podcast Slave Stealer.
I have a picture of Dallin Oaks with Obama. Interesting.
I'm sort of out of creative energy.
Yeah, right. It's good. You've been going for a
Yeah, suck it out the room.
I keep feeling really strong about that guy.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, here's the other thing. You bridge people, Hannity. Yeah, Hannity, big. Like, you're going to want to prep Glenn and say, Glenn, you've sort of taught us we can't be too.
This is crazy.
One can't. So if you were me, my favorite question I always ask is, if you were in my shoes, what would you do? So you just make sure, and who would you have me talk to? And then as soon as they give you the names, then you hold them to, would you introduce me? Yeah. And this every one of these becomes a branch that you have to keep track of in a database. So what we do is we build a Google Doc with the names of who we know, who we want to know, and then we have another little field where it says connections, who do we know is connected with them, and then we just start working the connections. So if you've got an ambassador, part of their job is to do an annual event, part of their job is to tap their social network, part of their job is introductions to the want to knows. In fact, the LDS market.
That's interesting to know.
What if we went and found a famous painter who swam with the sharks?
And he did.
Let's do a painting of the prophets of the LDS Church who've been involved in scouting around Lord Baden-Powell in a campfire up in the woods. So we went and got John McNaughton.
Mm-hmm.
Cost me $24,000. I commissioned him to paint this painting. It's massive. They've raised $600,000 with it already.
And they did just that.
And it's got the 11 prophets of the church who've been involved in scouting in the uniforms that were from their period of time, with the awards that they won during their lifetime or were gifted honorarily. So, and then over here is Thomas S. Menzel with his hand on Lord Baden-Powell's shoulder as Baden-Powell is putting one more log on the fire. Now, that thing, we think we can raise about $1.5 million with it.
Mm. Wow.
Because we've done limited runs. We'll do that for about 3 years. It's killing it. And what I do then when I'm done, I have the deal that I can sell the original and I will not keep the money for myself. I'll put the money back into another original.
That's
We're gonna
awful
get
nice
Simon
of you.
Dewey and Liz Lemon Swindle. So we do an image, an icon that's a one-liner people can rally around that becomes the prize.
Yeah, that's
not the good prize, but the giveaway.
That's an image. There's not a word on there,
Yeah,
but what a powerful.
yeah. I mean, it says the profits of the church supporting Scouting.
Yeah, it's.
And it came out, frankly, just in time before the gay
Oh,
issue
it's
hit
dope.
because this went to town.
Oh,
But my point is, go ahead.
I did something like that. I helped out with the Salt Lake Olympic Bid Committee, and
Salt Lake Olympic.
we were still struggling to get money and to get the games. I hired a guy from BYU, McCray Magleby, the art director, graphic arts. He did a beautiful, like a dove coming out of an Olympic torch. And then I went to Liberty Mint and had him mint a coin of each side, logo, painting. And I think we raised like $250,000 selling those framed signed prints.
Yeah, because that's part of this.
It's
Remember
but
our,
there wasn't a word on
our,
it. It
our
was all-
Tesla website with things to buy. That's our $1,000 gift thing, and it costs us $180 to have it framed and done, and you just made $820. So who do you know? Starting with the LDS painters, and if Thomas Kincaid was alive, he'd probably do it for you.
But they
You could get
use
Liz Lemon
McNaughton.
or John McNaughton or Simon Doody to do a paint, just to do the painting of Tim holding that kid.
Even if you just took that picture itself and did a reverse process where it was all blacked out and just the outline, what do you call it? Silhouette. You get almost, maybe that's not the picture, but of Tim holding a kid up. That's a
Oh
silhouette.
my God.
It's black, it's white, not a word, but you can see it's a kid. You can see it's someone raising a kid up. There's stuff like that.
Yeah.
So like
Bless you.
including something signed as part of the kits that we
Yeah.
talked about earlier, something, the poster board signed or some image that we're giving, not just a t-shirt and a DVD.
Yeah. So we want a painting.
Something personalized.
We want a song.
If it's a high enough,
From Lindsay. We want a whole
Oh,
family
we got
of
Lauren. What's her face to do
media
it?
experiences around OUR that become our one-liners. My best example is, do you remember AOL.com?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad's
I remember
still
that.
uses email there. I think it's so crazy.
When you went on the road, the only way you could get remote email was to have that CD with you of 1,000 free minutes of AOL.com. Remember that?
Right.
Well, they did millions of those. That's the only thing they did because they had tested it and found out it worked. And they did millions of those CDs because it drove their whole machine. So if we can keep testing and find a couple of these things that become like our AOL CD-ROM, then we just go. Especially if it's a really well done painting or image with a cool song by Lindsay, with just this family of things, and they all become items. And then when you go meet with somebody who's got a superpower, you say, I want your song. I want you to do a song. Lindsay,
Lauren, what's her face?
I want a
Lauren,
passionate song
rescue you.
that's an original of saving the kids.
I remember thinking about that song.
Maybe go do it with Lex.
Let me pause this for a second so I can, make some commentary, right? So there was a song by Lauren Daigle. And I remember it was one of the songs that I would just kind of reflect upon whenever Tylee and JJ were missing. There's just one of them. Another one was Coldplay. I will fix you, Oh my God. Anyway, but just that Lauren Daigle one, I found out that OUR was propping her up or maybe exploiting her, probably, allegedly, I don't know. I'm just saying, yeah, nothing they do is original. That whole I looked up creative plagiarism last night, and I was like, oh my god, hold on, I'm gonna look it up real quick so I can share with y'all. Creative plagiarism, and it says, well, damn. Let me put definition. Okay, it says to reproduce or otherwise use, and in parentheses it says the words, ideas, or other work of another, close parentheses, as one's own or without attribution. And I was like, oh my God, that's totally every one of these people. And you can trace it back to some of the earlier members of this group, of this pillar. Okay. It's so interesting just to hear them talk. It's boring, but it's not. You know what I'm saying?
Great singer, and then we'll promote the daylights out of it. That's what you can do for me. And so we keep looking for these,
love it too.
one-liners, these cool superpower, whatever they are.
Yes.
And that becomes the suite of tools at your disposal.
Piano guys.
Yeah.
We're meeting them next week.
Mm-hmm.
We couldn't find a win-win. They were concerned about the brand and making people feel bad about kids.
It's a dark subject.
It's hard. It needs to have light brought to it.
Yeah.
And show the upside to it.
But
But another immediate action though is a test. Let's do a test for merchandising. We got sign things. We got
But the flip side to the darkness of what the kids experience is the light of the recovery.
exactly.
So the minute you start
Because it
focusing
might
on
be
I
down.
love that.
Yeah, the dark, like he's doing with Tony.
There's
It's
got
the
to be.
recovery piece. It's not the dark.
Yeah, we had like Tim do a Facebook Live. We got like almost 100,000 hits. There was no notification or anything, but we're not capturing and converting that.
Yeah.
So we have to think through the cycle. How do we capture and convert every time? Even just the idea of the movie getting
The
an
movie.
Oscar opportunity.
Huh?
We just hit almost 70,000 hits from Chet sending out a blog
Chet.
about the movie is premiering in a month.
Oh, I
And this Chet, nobody even knows Chet.
yeah.
If you're like, what? It could be nominated. Sure, it could be nominated, but everybody's talking about it, but we're not monetizing it. Yeah, so we're missing this.
Oh, they missed an opportunity.
Or an ask.
Good point.
Or an ask.
And what is
when
the
you look
ask? What was the ask from the one that you guys did? We have one at the one that got
The live video.
Yeah.
Yeah, the live video was.
That was our biggest one
It
ever.
was
Become
two or
a champion.
it was like 2 or 3 days
It was the
before the May 16th.
Yeah.
And so the ask was make sure you go register and get your tickets.
We sold 50,000 copies.
This is
You're
pre-some
right,
freedom.
ask, and we're going to redo the movie.
Yep.
Do an ask at the end of the movie. I just don't know what the
And
ask is.
Right, but I mean,
one-
we talked
and one
about
of
this
the-
already though, Todd. Like the ask, like, hey, go tell your friends about this. Go get the digital download. Like
Yeah,
the digital download's
that's it.
coming out in 2 weeks. Tell your friends about it. Have them digital download it.
Yeah.
Right. Just whatever that looks like. And then you're monetizing it at $3 or $4, which is right in that window where then you have a 10x chance of selling an action kit. Right, because they've already bought the
And one of the critical principles, because as you've seen, Ken has talked about content. It's appeared on all these charts. This content is just like going to the gym. You have to get your reps in. So not every piece of content does really well.
On that other side.
What's that?
Piano guys were already.
They're already.
No. Yeah.
They're already buddies. Yeah.
I need to introduce you to those guys.
Yeah.
So you have to get your reps in with content. So Facebook Live videos.
Yes.
I'm ready, man.
There always has to be a call to action, but that call to action can be as simple as pray for me. My guys are heading in.
Sign up.
And they did that.
Yep, exactly.
Because
Oh my
that's awesome.
God.
In fact, can we have a proactive prayer list? And then we hit the evangelicals and say, guys, we can't tell you, but this week we got to jump
Team's going.
We're sitting
on
out.
its way.
Who wants to be on
And
the
they
prayer list?
did just that. Him
We're
and Sean
gonna
Reyes.
ask you literally get on your knees and pray for our teams and for these kids.
Then we'll
And
take out.
let's ask for the hand of providence behind us. That is beautiful.
We
Mm-mm.
millions
That
of
would,
people signed up for that.
yeah, that will be.
Now you have a database that you can start nurturing.
In fact, I'm feeling the spirit really strong
Yeah,
about that.
I agree. I'm
He
like,
felt the spirit really
That's where the
strong
Holy
now.
Spirit comes in,
That's where
because we
you-
magnify drawing on powers of heaven. You know, and we need to do that.
And that the cross is, this is not like we just did the film.
In fact, I need
This
to.
isn't a religious issue. Pray the higher power.
It's-
Exactly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's not political either.
So-
But here we are.
Moral.
Sean,
At 2 o'clock on Thursday.
or just whenever you say your daily devotional is, please include our guys.
In fact, I feel, can I share
Quotation.
one really core principle? This one I shared with Tim. If it's okay, I'm just, let's the other day, but years ago,
Oh Lord,
when
he's about to
Dave and
testify.
I were trying to get inside sales off the ground, and we were slowly, steadily climbing, but I kept having the feeling that we were doing it the normal way of law of the jungle. We were cutting corners, pinching things, you know, not always, our software wasn't always legal. We were watching every possible thing we could do to save money, being scrappy. And I had worked for Paul Allen at InfoBasis years before.
Alan.
And I went into Dave one night, and we just didn't have the hand of providence behind us as a group, as a company. And I said, and it was a Tuesday night, I still remember, and we were staying late, and we were just beating my head against the wall, how are we going to do this? And the Spirit just whispered to me, he said, tell him the story of InfoBasis. So I said, Dave, I need to tell you a story.
Oh my God.
He said, I was the marketing director for Paul Allen when we were selling the scriptures on computer years ago when InfoBasis just started. When we were still on floppy disks. We had 6 floppy disks for the standard, for the quad, and 18 for the basic set, and we'd feed them in for 40 minutes just to install it on the dang thing. And I remember we came in on a Saturday because we were about ready to shut the doors. And you know what? Ironic. The biggest problem was piracy. Here we're selling LDS scriptures on computer, and 45% of all copies were pirated. Now, in fairness, BYU was giving something away that might have been confusing, but I don't think it was confusing. But so here on a Saturday morning with very little money left.
Interesting, huh?
We're saying, what are we going to do, guys? And we're in a meeting a lot like this with a table in the middle. I still remember, and Paul and Dan were there, and some great guys. And the piracy comes up. We can't get enough revenue because, you know, almost half of everything we're getting out there, we barely cost them and get out there, and we're not getting revenue. And the Spirit just whispered to me, remember the word perfect discs? And I said, Paul, can I say something? I said, yeah. I said, do you remember when you had me start as marketing director here? I needed word perfect to start writing my stuff. And I came to you and I said, can I get word perfect for my computer? You said, yeah, there's a set of discs floating around somewhere. So I tracked them down and got the one set of discs for the whole company. And I walked over and I popped it in and I installed word perfect. And I felt sick. I didn't say a word.
Wow.
But I said,
Chris.
it's okay, Paul.
Oh my God.
If I tell you
Oh God.
that I knew at that moment we weren't going to be blessed.
He just started
I said,
crying.
here we are struggling with piracy, and we're pirates. And the Spirit went, whew.
Yeah, they are.
I never forgot that day. And Paul said, he stood up, he said, you know, if we're going to go down, let's at least do it as honest men. And he went and took about the last money they had, and they bought copies of Word Perfect for everybody. And I was like, oh. But the Spirit just welded our souls together that day.
Mm-mm.
And I'm telling this to Dave Elkins, my business partner, about 9:30 at night on a Tuesday.
I thought he said Daybell the first time.
2008. And he knew that I knew we were doing the same thing. And I said, we had a word of prayer, Dave, and we committed we were going to run business the way the covenant servants of the Lord would run business.
Mm-mm.
And we walked out of that meeting, and I watched a sale from ZCMI come off the fax machine of $8,000. I watched it. 2.5 times more than the money we just committed for all the software.
As we walked out the door, I told Dave that in the spirit. And I said, Dave, we need the Lord's wind at our back. I said, I've had a warning myself, and I've been told that this enterprise will have magnificent resources.
Enterprise, you heard that?
Power globally. And I said, I was shown water flowing through my hands.
Mm-mm.
And as soon as I cupped the water for myself to keep it, it stopped flowing. And if I would let it go, it would flow like a river. I said, I don't quite know what that means, but I think I sort of know what that means. Let me just give you some thoughts, Dave. I said, Bill Gates said, I want to give back along the way. My biggest regret. So now I'm a billionaire, and I didn't do anything along the way.
He's a billionaire.
Dave, what if we did something along the way?
Not
That's when I threw
Bill
out
Gates,
that idea of
right?
one-on-one. I said, Mark Benioff's doing it. What if we did it? And we helped this little school named George Wythe College do the Glenn Beck event. And I had learned this, and I wanted to share a concept. And this is so powerful.
Oh my
This
God.
is why we were, I think, valued at $1.5 billion. This is from the day we did this is when things took off, when we aligned around this concept. And I learned it. I call it the forgotten side of the atonement.
Oh my
And
God.
it's so powerful.
Adding to it always.
When I was, off my mission, I started selling computers. It was terrible. I sucked because I had too much conscience. I couldn't manipulate people. And I remember I moved down to Provo, and they called me to be the work financial clerk. And here I am hiding one day, an accountant position. I'm a sales guy. That's like the most diametrically opposite position for me on the planet. I'm right brain. I can't count money the same way twice, let alone fill out something on a computer. So I'm sitting here, Bishop, you better watch me because I'm going to screw up. And I kept opening these envelopes, and I said, wow, this person's making a lot of money. I'd make little comments. I was actually the second counselor at the time that I was with. And they make a lot of money. Oh, boy. Oh, they're about like me. They're bored. Oh, they're making a lot of money. And he said, sounds like you haven't learned the Lord's law of finances, have you? And I said, tithing? He said, it's a little more than that. I said, really?
Attraction.
I said, yeah. He said, when we're done, let's talk. So he set me down and he said, Ken, I was there in a meeting with Mary and Jerome. And he said these words. He said, brethren, if you need your needs, pay your tithes. If you need your wants, pay your offerings. And if you need a raise, double your fast offerings. If you need another raise, double them again. I said, really? He said, yeah. Faith in the Lord's law of finances. I said, that's it? Yeah.
Faith in the Lord. Oh my gosh. Okay. It's the boys club.
Crystal, and I told her that story, and the Spirit, he said, let's double our fast offerings. Like, nothing times two, barely like I think $15 or whatever, we did it. And that Tuesday I was given a raise. The Lord makes sure he's teaching you a lesson that you know the lesson. 3 months later, I went back to her and says, what if we did it again? Okay. We did it. That week I was promoted to sales manager. And we kept doing it to the point where we were paying as much fast offerings as tithing. And I couldn't fail. I could not fail. Everything I touched just went. And
turned to sold.
I got hired at Franklin to have a shot to build the inside sales department at the second fastest growing company in the United States, the largest fan company in the world. And I'm this podunk, goofy, pain in the butt kid with all these ideas.
Is this a Franklin scandal? I don't know enough about it.
And it just starts working. And I kept doing it. And all of a sudden, every time I was just, it stopped. It's like I didn't fail, but I didn't increase anymore. I literally could map a new growth path to the last time I'd exercised faith. But the Lord stopped me. And nothing I could do could get me beyond that. Like a couple of months. So I'm home one day and I'm just sort of praying, Heavenly Father, help me see. Send me one of my favorite prayers is send me a good book or a new teacher. And literally that afternoon, my buddy from Franklin shows up, Sean Erkenbrock, on my door. We sit down and talk. And he's really good with finances. And I said, I got to tell you something. I just feel like, help me understand. This has been my method of finances. And he starts laughing at me.
He said, Ken, let me put this in perspective.
Oh my God, he's long-winded.
You're Nephi on the
God.
shore praying that a boat will just wash up.
Jesus.
You haven't built anything around a normal financial strategy. You've just used faith. He said, the Lord carries you so long with mercy. And then you got to find justice. You got to learn the principles with it. Lord wants you to learn the principles. Maybe in the spirit. Okay. So I went and studied Dave Ramsey and everything I could around finances and now I still kept leveraging it with faith. But now it was based on true financial principles with faith. And then I got hired at Paul's and I told him that little story and I told him the other story and how I started growing and the company just went nuts. They put me in charge and they finally listened to some of my ideas and we tripled their sales in the first 6 months. And all we did was we put a training video in every box of the computerized scriptures and we marked it 50% off for all the employees in every one of the 660 LDS bookstores in the world. In other words, we taught them how to use it.
How many?
And then they became our
666?
advocates, our ambassadors. And we just killed them. It was awesome. And then they were going to take over the world. They conquered the LDS market. So they said, let's conquer the Christian market. And they said, Ken, we've tested and we found out we can't sell anything to the Christian market if it comes from Utah.
Ah.
So they moved me down to Arizona. We had a new brand called Candlelight Publishing. I became the president and we started going to town. Well, I went to conference. I turned on conference. Well, actually, no, it was at the Stake Center and the big satellite. Remember, we used to, and a general authority came on, I think it was in 1992. He said, there's 2 books that have influenced me more than any other except the Book of Mormon. One is Les Miserables by Victor Hugo. The other one is
Victor Hugo.
Obsession by Lord
Sorry. Okay, that's the author, and this may mean nothing. It's just, I'm sorry, that's how my brain works. But when he said Victor Hugo, I do believe that's the author that Ruby Frankie referred to whenever she was code talking to Kevin Frankie. Remember about the 80 whatever $1,000, and then she just out of nowhere, there's a jail call between the two, and then so she starts talking about Victor Hugo. Because I remember looking it up, and because I was like, this doesn't sound right, because she just shifted gears completely. So for what it's worth, I'll back that up. We'll listen to it again and then
turn on conference. Well, actually, no, it was at the Stake Center and the big satellite. Remember, we used to, and a general authority came on, I think it was in 1992. He said, there's 2 books that have influenced me more than any other except the Book of Mormon. One is Les Miserables by Victor Hugo. The other one is Magnificent Obsession by Lloyd C. Douglas. Never heard of it. Spirit just read the book. So I literally ran to the library Monday morning, checked out the book, and read it. And it was this beautiful story. I've told some people about it, and they don't even get it. Other people say it changed my life big time. But it's basically a story of doing anonymous service. I won't spoil it for you if you ever want to read it. It will change your life. But it's trusting in the powers of God to reward you if you're willing to do service without any form of payment. The Lord will pay you back in spades. So that took me to a whole new level.
Isn't that what Lori did?
Researching the stories of famous Latter-day Saints like Huntsman. I found out he had a little magnificent obsession from the beginning. And I found out almost all billionaires have made a deal with one side or the other. And the ones who made it as a covenant servant have had to follow this basic model that the Lord showed me. And then one day I asked him how it works. And this is what I wanted to share.
Oh, God. Imagine Lori at the whiteboard.
This changes the dynamic of every business I get involved with. And so this is your life. Birth, death. This is the straight and narrow path. And we all started when we were born, and we stay on it for a few years, and then we learn to lie. And if we die at the age of 8, and if all the sin will be on the heads of the parents, So this is the side of the atonement everybody knows. We sin and make mistakes, and the Lord brings it back. And I believe in Abraham, it says, I will create an earth where all these may dwell. And he asked us to keep the commandments. And we were told that if we would keep the commandments, the law of justice, we would be exalted. But if we don't, if we make mistakes, like when you hit teenage years, you're clear on here.
Not now.
We committed that he would pay the price if we will repent to set it all back to zero, right? He would unleash death and sin in the world. And if we would repent and follow the 4 basic steps of the principles of the gospel, he'd be willing to set it back to zero through the atonement. That's the point we all know. And then hopefully this happens sometime where we get the first comforter and learn to be sanctified and have our sins forgiven.
First comforter.
From that point forward, we never quite make the same level of mistakes. And literally every week we can take the sacrament, get closer and closer to the straight and narrow. So hopefully we can stay on it because we no longer choose to sin.
Please tell me about the second comforter, because that is the second anointing, bud. Oh my God. Let me back it up real quick.
And then hopefully this happens sometime where we get the first comforter and learn to be sanctified and have our sins forgiven. From that point forward, we never quite make the same level of mistakes. And literally every week we can take the sacrament, get closer and closer to the straight and narrow. So hopefully we can stay on it because we no longer choose to sin. So this is sanctify. Wow. This is purify. In other words, our hearts become pure. And sometime over here, the second comforter may come see us.
There it is.
Tried and true. Well, everyone knows that side of the atonement.
There it is.
Well,
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. That's just huge to me because that's what the second comforter is. That's what Lori was reading, the second comforter by Denver Snuffer, along with Visions of Glory. It's just interesting.
And hopefully this happens sometime where we get the first comforter and learn to be sanctified and have our sins forgiven. From that point forward, we never quite make the same level of mistakes. And literally every week we can take the sacrament, get closer and closer to the straight and narrow. So hopefully we can stay on it because we no longer choose to sin. So this is sanctify, but this is purify. In other words, our hearts become pure. And sometime over here, the second comforter may come see us.
Yeah.
If we're tried and true.
That goes with this.
Knows that side of the atonement. But what happens if you do this? What happens if you do good and you get no form of payment? Do not the laws of justice require the Lord set that back to zero also? I submit that it does.
Oh my God.
And if we will keep doing good without any, but here's what's cool. The Lord pays the difference and he always pays extra. He'll never owe you one red cent. The day Dave and I decided to do that as an organization is the day we just went nuts. And it's been a grand adventure. I know all you guys know this, but it's helped me a lot to realize that if I will do good in the world based on faith, asking nothing in return, I get way more back. And this model is what you're trying to do for all these people. You're trying to let them do some good. And it amplifies. And I've even learned, I think the law of the talents, where one gets one-fold and two-fold and five-fold in return. I think it's based on how pure your motives are.
Yeah.
When I first started doing this, the Lord would show me clearly that I had just done something good, not been paid. He recompensed me with money. And it was always more than I had given. But after a while, he stopped doing money. And in fact, now he pays me back with whatever I truly need. And sometimes it's a trial.
Understatement. What happened?
Sometimes it's a son who leaves the church.
Oh God.
Or a mom who dies, or an accident that almost kills y'all in the same 2-week period. But I got to meet you. And I've learned that law of opposition.
Oh God.
I already met him and got to meet you. Every blessing I noticed in the mission field before I baptized a family. The week before I baptized that family, all hell broke loose, and I would have this testing always equal with the level of blessing I was about to obtain. And I noticed sometimes I'd baptize a person and I didn't have the test. They didn't even come back the next week because the Lord adversary knew that they didn't matter. Don't need a test then. So I can promise you guys, and you've already experienced it, I'm sure, that when you try and do good in the world, all hell breaks loose. And the level of good you're trying to do is the amount of hell that comes your way.
Oh my God. It sounds
Joseph
so
Smith said, and I love it, he said, you never cross the ocean if you jump ship halfway.
so
And it's
close to
like
what
water
we're saying.
skiing, you gotta hold on to that rope, man. If you hold on long enough, the speed will get you up on top of the rope, and it'll dry off, everything's fine. And the kind of people who can wade through that and hold on is who the Lord's looking for.
Oh my God.
And the laws are just as much financial as everything else. Now, but this is the core concept of all of that. You have to be willing to trust that if you do more for them, they'll give you back. And that's, now you still have to be wise, and you have to have monetization strategies and make it easy for them. But every one of them will. But this is so powerful. And it's that law of opposition. So I just hope when you're feeling that weight of test about something that's about to happen, you just hold on, get through it. Because it will happen. The Lord will never let you down. But the other thing I've noticed is the distance between the time the test happens and the time the blessing happens usually gets further and further and further. As you get stronger and stronger and stronger, He's putting more weight on the bar. But it means you can handle a bigger test next time and a bigger test next time. It's just weightlifting with the Spirit. But I had to share that with you because I believe it's a principle that's directly applicable to what we're talking about. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to magnify access to more good in the world and let people join us to amplify this sucker. So that we're doing things like this, you know. And the Lord will always make up the difference.
Get on the flow.
It's just like that rep. The last 2 reps is the only ones that make the difference. So every time the payback is a little bit is right there.
He ran out of room.
So I just want to say what an honor it is to even be involved with you guys. And I realize the sacred significance. I mean, I'm being asked to shape the missionary strategy for the church. The same principles we're sharing here. and it's a big deal. I don't have the time I would like to be able to be with you very often. And I get tested right to the max.
I think money is
and I'm not as strong as some of you
powerful
physically.
that we give it.
But I've learned spiritually that I have no fear of the adversary, but I respect it. And the Lord leads us to these great people. And the most powerful thing we've said tonight was that prayer list.
Wait, so
people will discount that and poop at that. But wow.
I mean, so he just pointed to the Clintons and all these good people. That's who he pointed up at. Okay. All these good people. So, I mean, I don't think so. By ye fruits ye shall know, and ye fruits are rotten to the core. There's your core. Okay. Your eternal core, Ken Krogh.
And I'm not as strong as some of you guys physically. But I've learned spiritually that I have no fear of the adversary, but I respect it. And the Lord leads us to these great people. And the most powerful thing we've said tonight was that prayer list.
And Oprah.
And that, but people will discount that and poop at that. But wow, that's where.
Yes.
So anyway, I will shut up. I've said too much. I get on a soapbox here, but I had to share that with you. Let you know how much I love and appreciate you being involved. This guy. And if you could read his patriarchal blessing and see some of the things in store for him.
And we did.
But I've seen that with.
Oh crap. Well, I don't even know what just happened. That's the plan. 48-hour film. What the hell? Oh. Okay. 48 hour. Well, I'm gonna have to Google this now. 48 HO. I don't even know what that says. Right here it says that's the plan. 48-hour film festival. This could have been something on my screen recording for all I know. Oh my gosh! Right? Okay. So yesterday's, or the one we had last night, the live stream we had last night was a lot more. I guess you could say the first half of this 2 hour and 13-minute freaking video seemed to pack a more powerful punch, in my opinion. You know, like it just, the way they go about talking about it, and not one time did I hear anything of the likes, about talking about the rescue. Like, I mean, just imagine. Yeah, hello. I mean, I can imagine myself if I'm going to, head up this so-called noble cause, then why are they talking the way that they're talking? And not only are they talking the way that they're talking, but their actions, show so much destruction. They match with the words that they're talking, because that's what they're aiming for. That's money, 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 power, 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 greed, greed, greed. It's all to go back into timballard.com, allegedly, and I mean, that for actually, for the first time, their actions and their words kind of match up, in my opinion. I forgot to share this with y'all.
Discount services before undergoing several mergers and name changes. My previous reports detailed Brad Brower's connections with his father-in-law's business partner, Tim Ballard. Brower was reportedly Russell Ballard's go-between with regard to Tim Ballard's book publishing and movie-making ventures, which began under the auspices of the Utah company Liberty 89. Liberty 89's website showed Brad Brower with his wife, Russell Ballard's daughter, as a board member, along with former OUR president John Moreland and Ken Krogh. It also shows Hugh Vail as a team member and Utah Attorney General Sean Reyes as a course instructor. It's been in the news. Sherston Stockwell, once Operation Underground Railroad's development director, told criminal investigators about a meeting she attended with Tim Ballard at Thanksgiving Point. The meeting was attended by two Liberty 89 principals, Ken Krogh and Hugh Vail, plus Tom Harrison, who purportedly believes Tim Ballard is a prophet.
Boom.
Stockwell told investigators they claim to have visions and special intelligence of the second coming. Tim Ballard was called by God to restore America to the covenant. Tim was very verbal about Elder Russell Ballard's involvement behind it. The same Ken Krogh, who served with Brad Brower on the Liberty 89 board, became an executive for Tim Ballard's Spear Fund after Tim was forced to resign from OUR. Also, Krogh is reportedly very close with Russell Ballard, besides his connection with Brad Brower.
That one caught me right there, because I was like, besides his connection with Brad Brower, like that. I always catch something more. Always, always, always. And here's Jesse Stay. I forget what this clip even contains, but brand ambassador. Let's see. Oh,
and anyone who's who, there was an event before that my friend Lindsay Sterling, who I introduced her to the Mormon Tabernacle Choir before. I said, hey, come on out, I'll introduce you to these guys. And I introduced her to Tim Ballard. She actually became a brand ambassador for a short time of the organization. And they were all at this screening and talked about it on their channels and everything. It didn't catch on quite as much as Sound of Freedom did afterwards. And then all the back and forth between Tim Ballard and that team seemed to happen. And I wasn't able to keep the momentum going because I wasn't being given all the resources I needed to make it happen. And that kind of fizzled out. But yeah, I think I answered your question.
Did you ever meet Janet Russin, number one, or interact with her? And or what do you know about the fallout between the failure of Operation Finding Gardy or Find Gardy or whatever it was called, and this Ed Smart claiming that they were asked to sign NDAs after they failed to use Janet Russin, the psychic, the Mormon medium, to find Gardy. They were all asked to sign NDAs saying that they didn't know anything about Operation Underground Railroad using a psychic to try and find this boy, which they ultimately didn't.
So first of all, I hadn't heard anything about the NDA side side of things. I do know they tried to pass around NDAs for some time to everyone employed and contractors in associated agencies, and I always ignored the emails. and
smart man.
Yeah, and fortunately, they never pushed me into it, so I was able to stay away. I know Ed Smart told me that he never signed an NDA, so he clearly refused.
Anyways, I have, the entire, because he's kind of hard to follow with all the I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be. It's just very distracting to me. It's kind of like Zalema and her I can't take it. Anyway, so I went and removed all of the i's and the and the additive, words that I use, and anyway, and things like that. So I'm not perfect. I'm not better than him. I'm just saying. But it helped me to kind of read it. As I was reading it, I was removing them. And it's just very telling. So another aspect of this was the fact that, let me see, hold on real quick. Oh, wrong window, wrong tab. Was that I noticed, I guess I was caught up in Chad Daybell hell, Chad Daybell trial hell. Because I mean, some of these things were published May 19, 2024. And there's so many things that I have not read, read yet. I haven't read these things yet. I know like bits and pieces of them, but I don't know a lot, it turns out. And I was like, oh my God. So I'm over here digging in the Diddy case. And I mean, I don't regret that. I think that, again, studying that model or that system, which is just a different form, oh my God, this is horrible to say, a different flavor, right? But it's a different flavor, but it's all the same, so studying that system and how it works and it's just basically a mob mentality. It never stops. It just transforms, so I was wanting to know also if you guys wanted to do some live streams in the future. Okay, I'm gonna have to sprinkle these in along with trying to do some about Lori Vallow's case in Arizona, right? So I didn't know if y'all wanted to maybe sprinkle some of these articles in, like we can just kind of read these articles together and just kind of go over them. Nothing elaborate, but just kind of go over them, refresh ourselves. If a lot of you have read them already, there's always something that we've missed, like this right here, this damn graduation. Oh my God. There's just so many things. I mean, I've read about that, or learned about it from Len Packer's videos, but anyways, just kind of do like a true crime flair, like we do with these cases, except do it with Timmy and friends, right? Anyway, so okay, good. I think we need to, because I really think there are a lot of things that I've missed, for sure. I've missed so many things. And there's time I was reading in these articles on American Crime Journal right there that like, when Tim was celebrating that he had won the law, one of the cases or whatever, one of the cases got dismissed against the writer, one of the Marines, that the women that filed lawsuits against him. But it was just by technicality, it was just a technicality, and that's not the same, in my opinion. When you win by or so-called win, okay, one little aspect, separate judges, all the things, that doesn't count, Tim. That doesn't count. You know how you have these things stop persecuting you? And I mean, I'm air quoting with the persecution, dude. You know how you stop that? You stop being a dick. Okay? You don't be an asshole. It's very easy. It's a very simple logic, You know how you save kids? Stay your ass home. Okay. All right. I'm glad we had that talk. But anyways, I mean, it just, I don't know. There's so many things to go over, and I'm glad that you guys want to be here. I had even seen where American Crime Journal shared that there's a sound clip or whatever of Tim Ballard admitting to the sperm being on the skirt. And he actually damned himself allegedly by saying that he just got so overly stimulated. He got so excited that him's spooged. Okay. And then his kids were everywhere, his little sperm kids. And so because he was around a high, oh my God, I don't even know how to, like an OnlyFans, chick, a high level prostitute or something like that. I don't know. Anyways, y'all know I suck at citing people or quoting people. I need to be looking at it, but oh, I know. And the alter egos, and it's crazy. Oh, okay. Thank you, Huggy Bear. I know you know your things about him. It was a waiver for injuries, not SA. High cost escort. Thank you. See, thank you. It was courtroom defense recording. Interesting. Oh, definitely. Tim is too. And just so okay, the other vibe I'm getting, and we'll end soon, is that I feel like Mitt Romney was perhaps the last that I know of Manchurian-like candidate, the last Tim Ballard, so to speak. He was very close with M. Russell Ballard, who M. Russell Ballard would even, like travel with Mitt Romney on his campaign, 2008, 2012 campaign. And I find that so interesting. Another thing, this was interesting, y'all. So Frank Vandersloot is the CEO of Melaleuca Inc., headquartered in Idaho Falls, Idaho. Okay. Vandersloot was born on August 14th, 1948 in Billings, Montana, and lived in oh my God, I looked it up even. Coquilala, I don't remember, Idaho, where the family lived on a ranch. He was baptized a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints at the age of 16. After 2 semesters of college at Brigham Young University, he served as a missionary in the Netherlands for the church. He received an associate's degree in business from Ricks College, which we know turned into BYUI, basically. So it's right there in Rexburg, right? Okay. And he got his bachelor's degree in marketing from BYU. For almost 10 years following his graduation, he worked for automatic data processing, rising from sales and marketing to general management and operations. He then became regional vice president at Cox Communications in Vancouver, Washington. And I remember reading about that, how he was married before. He's like on a second marriage, kind of, in my opinion, allegedly, don't come sue me or whatever, billionaire. His second wife, Belinda, I want to say it sounds like he met her maybe through possibly, I don't know, speculating, through like a mail order type thing, interesting. Maybe. In September of 1985, Vandersloot's brother-in-law, Roger Ball. I did not know this part. Brother-in-law. That I was like, ooh, that's a big one. Because you know why it's a big one? Because of this name right here. This Ball name. And I knew there were 2, and I laugh at this every time, but there were 2 Ball brothers, okay, that helped Vandersloot allegedly start in life. But this is different. This is from Wikipedia, of course. Actually, Mormon Wikipedia. So there's that. So in September 1985, Vandersloot's brother-in-law, Roger Ball, and Ball's brother, Alan, so Alan and Roger Ball, offered Vandersloot management of Oil of Melaleuca Inc., a startup multi-level marketing business. Oh my God. A startup multi-level marketing business based in Idaho Falls, Idaho. again, I'm only saying this because I think Rexburg is really small. Idaho Falls is small, you know, and the fact that Ron Ball was one of the lead detectives in my family's case. Okay. One of the lead investigators in Rexburg, you know, I mean, come on now. I, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure this out too. So, anyways, partners shut the company down a few months later when it did not achieve significant market share. Vandersloot then founded the multi-level marketing company Melaleuca Inc., which we know that Ian Pulowski worked for. Okay. Whether he does still or not, is I don't know. Vandersloot, did I already say that? Yes. Oh no. Vandersloot then founded the multi-level marketing company Melaleuca Inc., which sells nutritional supplements, cleaning supplies, and personal care products. Part of the company's revenue comes from its international sales. Okay. See, I was going to look for the whole Bonneville Communications. Vandersloot's other business ventures include River Bend Ranch, which he founded in 1993. The ranch operates in 3 other states and is one of the largest purebred ranches and commercial cattle operations in the U.S. In 1994, he created Natural Guardian Limited Partnership, a holding company that owns or leases approximately 1,500 acres of land in Wolverine Canyon, Bingham County, Idaho. Okay. Also in 94, he bought an interest in the Snake River Cheese Factory in Blackfoot, Idaho, when 2 dairy farmers asked him to invest after Kraft Foods had announced that they would close it. In 1995, he sold his interest in the company to Suprema Specialties. In 2006, Vandersloot bought a group of radio stations in eastern Idaho from Bonneville Communications. So it's not like he just took over Bonneville like I was thinking. So I had to go find, I'm like, oh, from, not, if I buy a house from you, then I now own the house is how I'm looking at it, but I'm not rich. So again, I don't have the same kind of problems that they do. You know what I mean? We don't relate. Okay. Is what I'm saying. So in 2006, so he bought that from Bonneville Communications. Riverbend Communication operates KLCE Classy 97, KCVI K-Bear 101, KTHK 105.5 The Hawk, KFTZ Z103, KEII News Talk AM 690-1260, and KNBL AM 1260. At one time, Vandersloot was the owner of Highstone, an Idaho Falls-based asphalt construction and maintenance company. The company merged with DePatco in September of 2011. Vandersloot served as national co-chair for Mitt Romney's 2008 and 2012 presidential campaigns. He has also been a major donor to Idaho Republicans. In 2011, the Land Report listed him as the nation's 92nd largest landowner. 92nd in the world, in the nation. I'm sorry. In 2017, Forbes, which Ken Krogh, writes articles for, listed Vandersloot as the richest person in Idaho and the 302nd wealthiest American with a net worth of $2.7 billion. Right? Enter Austin Powers and Mini-Me. He is the primary financier of the American Heritage Charter School. That was alarming to me. I was like, a whole charter school. In Idaho Falls. Okay, so he also serves on the board of directors and executive board of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. In 93, Vandersloot served on the taxation task force of the White House Conference on Small Business. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. Served on the taxation task force of the White House Conference on Small Business. It sounds very confusing. In 2003, he founded the Melaleuca Foundation, which is a contributor to the Santa Lucia Children's Home in Quito, Ecuador. In 2007, the foundation received the Salvation Army Others Award for helping with relief efforts following Hurricane Katrina. I remember Glenn Beck saying last week that he was over there helping, quote unquote, Hurricane victims, why do they go? Why do they go to these places where it's devastated? How much do they help? And I'm just really a hypothetical question. I have my thoughts. He has received several awards, including the Horatio Alger Award, and became a lifetime member of the Horatio Alger, I guess, or Alger Association of Distinguished Americans in 2015. Vandersloot has been outspoken about his defense of traditional marriage. In 2013, he stated that he supports equal rights for the gay community, but believes that the definition of marriage is a union between man and a woman. So I guess it'd be safe to speculate that he probably was a big proponent of Prop 108, right? Prop 8. I'm sure. He lives in Idaho Falls with his wife, Belinda. Together, they have 14 children, 6 of which come from his 2 prior marriages. And so I remember, there were text messages between Lori and Alex, I'm sorry, of them talking about egg. And while this is the weekend that JJ was murdered, the day, actually, the last day that JJ was alive, and never gave a dime. Oh wow. They don't care. Oh, they go to places devastated to buy up damaged land from desperate people. That sounds about right. Exploit, right? But the fact that Frank Vandersloot has a daughter, whether she's his stepdaughter or not, I was told that it was his stepdaughter, but her name is, oh my God, I don't remember now, Clarissa. And in the text messages between Alex and Lori, Alex tells Lori, because she's like, where are you at? You coming back? Oh my God, you're taking too long to kill my son. Whatever, because Tylee wasn't doing it. Damn it. So, oh, cuckoo bird. But he said that he was getting a fresh ceiling from Clarissa. And I'm like, And I mean, I've done a little digging into her. She's a realtor, which is interesting because the realtor that would testified at Chad's trial, no, ma'am. I don't think so. I know he's my favorite too, as far as, well, I don't know. It's your land. I mean, it's your house, your property. Well, how many acres is it? Or whatever he said, right? But again, it's the powers that be. In my opinion, they're protecting. There's some really shady stuff around that whole lot issue between David Warwick, Melanie Gibb, the realtor, his wife, and a couple other people, that testified to that too. So I don't know. Again, it doesn't sit right with me. It doesn't sit right with me. So anyways, I appreciate you guys being here. It's almost 3 hours, I know. And I need to find out if anybody in the families, like Megan or Colby, I need to see if any of them are gonna schedule for tomorrow anytime, or I got to work around the scheduling to see if I have the clearance to schedule another live stream, and we'll dive into the more good things. Okay, we will dive into the more good things. Dave Chappelle. I think Cat Williams too. I think Jaguar Wright. I'm just like, they all are like, especially Cat Williams, oh my God. I get it now. I get it now. And it's so gross, y'all. There's a 13-year-old victim, alleged victim of Diddy now. Don't spend our money where are we not spending our money at? Yeah, he's funny too, I think so. Ooh, Cat is a character for sure. He was like, and that other guy was like, ain't no party like a Diddy party. And I'm like, oh my God, that does not fare well. It doesn't fare well. It is. It is. I know, TC. I know. It's gross, but I just want to know how they operate. I know, again, I always think to the end, like the end, the ending of this story of like in my family's, is the loss of 3 members of my family, and ultimately 5 people, potentially more. It's tragic. I know it ended in death, and it ended in their demise. It ended with my aunt now being in jail, prison. It ended so just egregious and horrific, just the worst case scenario ever. Violating the rights of another human is so wrong. What about the rest of them? Amen. Right? To that. You got to tell them no, right? You got to say no. Oh my gosh. If some of the people would just say no to these people, like Tim, in my opinion, if they would just say no, it could save lives. Lives, okay? Yeah. We can't keep our head in the sand, but the government better put him and all involved in prison for life. I get sick of these perverts getting off. I know. And they're just going to find another way to exploit in there, Because, I mean, I read that, that schools, colleges, and prisons are some of the 3 main ways and places where people are controlled mind-wise. It's very interesting. And I remember reading that article not long ago. I shared it on here about how they're wanting to, and I say it was an article that I read, I think on yahoo.com, and it was about implanting memories into, let's say, they say that they're not going to do it with violent offenders, but offenders that are in there for like robbery and fraud and things like that. So think about them anyways. But like implanting memories, new memories where they actually would have to feel empathy for the victim. And I'm like, what are you even talking about right now? Like, so this is an option? I mean, it's becoming mainstream, my friends. And that is scary all in and of itself. Implanting false memories because they're not true to that person, right? Into a prisoner's mind and like letting them back into society with these implanted memories where every time they would go to have that train of thought about the crime or being criminal, they would be reverted to like experiencing the crime as the victim. It's so crazy. I'm like, what is even going on right now? That's just one. That's just one. I have my brother's in prison. Okay. I don't want that I talked to my brother about it. I was like, let me read you this, and I read it to him and he was like, oh my God. I was like, don't you dare, don't let them do that to you. We're not their damn guinea pigs. Okay. I'm probably already shadow banned anyway. So there's that. But yeah, oh yeah, if they're talking about it, it's already being done. It's like I've lived in this kind of world in my own personal life where I'm confronted with, let's say, a proposition or a question, and knowing damn good, and I mean, I come to find out, knowing now that I never had a say so at all in it, that the outcome was already predetermined, if you know what I mean. Like they just ask you because they're just like, oh, it's kind of like giving people the sense of voting, like they, in my opinion, like their vote, like they have some say so in this, And I mean, I don't have any way to prove that. I don't participate in the political. It's just a scam to me. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. Oh my God. Right. In them damn shadows, girl. It's just very interesting. Me too. Look, okay, straight up. I was 7 years old. You didn't ask me, but I just feel like I need to share it with you. I was 7 years old. Me, mom, and dad moved to Austin, Texas. And let me tell you some of this, okay? This is kind of gangster right here. And I'm like, I need to do some digging, okay? But of course, this was my stepdad who I had been around since I was 18 months old. That's when my mom met Todd's dad, okay? Just Todd wasn't around yet. My mom actually got pregnant with Todd while we lived in Austin. But my uncle Larry Trahan had been shot either by my uncle Earl Trahan or they struggled over the gun. We never will know because they were both dead now. But I mean, my uncle Larry was killed when I was 8, really. and we moved back to Lake Charles from Austin. So it was like a year we lived away. And I remember going to a Prince concert, by the way. That's where I'm trying to get to. But, it just reminds me of that time and how my Uncle Earl supposedly got off of work. He was a DEA. I know, right? Them 3 letters. He was an undercover DEA agent that, he was on his way home from work, allegedly. And at the corner of the road that we all lived down, because, that, my family was from there and everybody had their own, like, property. And so he saw that my Uncle Larry, or he stopped by to talk to my Uncle Larry. And my Uncle Larry was like this, I mean, straight up, like, I loved him. He was so fun. He was the fun uncle, like one time I had pneumonia and I stayed with my Aunt Patsy and my Uncle Larry home from school while my mom worked. And Uncle Larry, I remember him getting yelled at by Aunt Patsy because he had me on a dolly outside in the cold in my nightgown. He was just wheeling me around. He was just crazy, crazy fun. He was an alcoholic as well. And I mean, they all had their vices, if you know what I'm saying. And so, like, and it was 5 boys, so my mama had 5 boys and they were just, I don't know, it was just a weird dynamic, kind of mafia-like ish. I don't know, it's weird. But anyways, so he was just fun, while the family and while my parents would be playing boo-ray at the table, with everybody, cousins, everybody would come in, whatever, he'd just be in, I don't know, he was fun. Anyways, well, I mean, he was killed, and the bullet went through 3 parts of his brain, and my Aunt Patsy ultimately had to pull the plug. And I'll never know. My Uncle Larry was supposedly, like, they had tenants, okay? So he was a landlord. So was my mama. But supposedly the tenant made him upset. There was a quarrel between the 2, and so my Uncle Earl supposedly stopped to settle my Uncle Larry down. He supposedly had his gun in his holster, and the story is that, Uncle Larry pulled it out and they fought over the gun went off, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so, and then we moved, but yes, while we were in Austin, which is where Uncle Charles lived with Kim, with his first wife, okay, I remember, there was a Prince concert and Willie Nelson. It was Prince and Willie Nelson, of all things, okay, and I remember it had rained and rained and rained, and there was, like, mud up to my, my shins. And I had so much fun, just playing in the mud. I'm a mud kid. I like dirt. I like ditches. I was a ditch kid. And anyway, so yeah, lots of tragedy, that I've not really, like, processed at all. I've kind of been processing it through all this, but it's just interesting. I feel like there is more to the story, of course. Just in the Trahan side, for sure. I mean, in the Vallow side, we have, my great-grandfather, so this would be Charles's and my mom's grandfather. He was a Shriner. So there's that. There's that. But he died in the 60s, and, like, he had a fake eye or whatever, and I remember mom told me one time that she opened a drawer at her grandma's house, which is my great grandma, my grandma, Lilia Vallow. That was Uncle Charles's favorite woman in the world, but she opened the drawer and grandfather's eye was, like, rolling around. Anyways, I'm like, oh my God, oh my God. And so I haven't even been able to dive into this aspect of it, but I feel like there's some curses going on here for sure. And it's just time to reclaim my bloodline back. You know what I'm saying? And so that's where I'm at in that situation. And the fact that Lori and Chad and Alex and their entire organization that they belong to judge people, in my opinion, spiritually, okay? Whether they're light or dark, and they decide who's going to live, die, be sacrificed, and or whatever. And I don't think that's right. So I'm ready to reclaim that shit because the buck stops here, okay? I'm breaking the curse. The generational curse is done here. No more. So, oh my God, I hung out at the Jackson Fair and supervised all day and night, right? We hung around. I did that. My birthday was always during contraband days, which is interesting, right? Whole pirate story, Jean Lafitte getting the key to the city. Oh my God, that just made me think of Diddy getting the key to the city. Ew, Jean Lafitte, pirates, arg. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's nice that what they did. Cycle breakers unite. I love it, Like no more. No more. No more, because that's what this is. Oh, I was like, Gypsy, you follow that too? Because I'm like, there's something about this girl. She is a poser too, yeah. But you mean gypsies, not Gypsy Rose. Yeah, exactly. Sean Combs had Atlanta, Miami, and New York City keys to the city. Right? I didn't know the other two, but I knew the one. Now, Chris, does Tom, oh my God, their names are too similar. Tim Robbins. What's his name? Tony. Does Tony Robbins live in Miami too? Doesn't he live and then doesn't Tim Ballard have a media company in Florida? I remember seeing that, but I don't remember the name of it. And, it's just not one of those things that stayed to the surface, kind of like Tom Harrison stays in the shadows as well, of Lori and Chad. He does? Oh, wow. It makes me wonder. Because, I was already like, I wonder if Tony Robbins ever went to Diddy's parties. Just the white ones, the after party. Big giant. Anyways, NLP. Oh, TWC Lopez is Florida. Don't know who TWC is. I want to research Star Island in Miami where Diddy's house is. Oh my God. Can you imagine? Can you even imagine? I wish that guy, he has 2 different channels. I shared it here about the midnight, crap, I already forgot. It's in Arizona, midnight something. But basically a secret society, okay? Shit. Anyways, I can't think of it, but the name of his 2 channels are The Conspiracy Files, which is his newer channel, which is really interesting, which I guess I've screwed up my algorithm because I haven't seen his videos come up in a while, and he also has The Paranormal Files, where he went to Oak Island, okay? And he performed paranormal type investigation. And I was just like, holy crap, just to get out there, just to get to the actual island, and to explore the island, he had to call multiple people. A lot of people didn't return his call. A lot of people, they kept saying that the man-made, grass landing strip, which is perfectly manicured, by the way, for nobody being there, was too soft to land on, yada yada. So he ended up chartering a boat from somebody a captain or whatever, that could do that and bring him and the crew to that island to investigate. But the pilot, the captain lived a couple cities away. It was just like, what is going on here? What the fudge? Shark hot dogs and back rubs. Oh, and don't forget the firewalking. Fiji Island. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Not to mention that Tony Robbins owns his own damn island, y'all. So, for what it's worth, Midnight Productions. Thank you, Huggy Bear. I was like, what? And if you think about it, when I was reading just now, Frank Vandersloot, if you think about the wellness company and the aspect of baby oil, that's where my mind kind of went. I was like, makes you wonder, I don't put nothing past these people. Nothing. Don't drink Diddy juice. You know, don't drink the Diddy juice. That's nasty. Don't drink it. Don't. Because then this happens. Okay. Kanye's brand. Oh, Reyes, right? And I made this too. I'm like, I mean, I'd use that little icon with the little skeleton and the horns or whatever. All I did was type it into my emoji maker and it came out with that. And I was like, well, that's interesting. That's interesting. So, anyways, all right, y'all. Well, okay, so I'm gonna be again trying to schedule. Oh wow. Huh. Uh-uh. If you ever feel like sharing that, you are more than welcome to come on anytime. Anybody in here. You know, I suck at this, so but if I have a platform, so do you. You know what I mean? Like everybody has a platform because you're always welcome here anytime. To show they go to islands, they have shark hot dogs and back rubs. That's those pictures, you know, that I guess, you know, the weirdness of all those pictures that of social media posts from these people, you know, it's crazy. Crazy. But it reminds me of that Maria Abramovich or whatever, that video I showed y'all from BJ Investigates. I want to say last week, maybe. Let me look it up real quick. Because that was interesting. Just to see, and it's got that weird vibe, those weird ass pictures, okay? Here it is. It's the lesser quality, but hold on.
Not year, but an event on your birthday. What
My 40th birthday, 2 years ago.
Kanye West threw the party. He hosted it for his friend Ricardo Tucci. You know, that's his special friend.
Oh, I'm not showing. Oh, all connected to Ukraine. Abso-freaking-lutely. Come on, quit buffering. I know I'm running you hard right now.
Girl, Ricardo Tiski. But now I went back and actually looked into the damn party. Girl, okay, first of all, Paris Hilton's there, Kim Kardashian's there, Kendall Jenner's there, Justin Bieber is there, Kanye West is there, P. Diddy was there. I think Madonna might have been there. There was a lot of very famous people there. And the infamous this picture, y'all probably seen before, it was taken at that party.
And it was last minute party. And I was not expecting so many people came from all over the world to celebrate my 40th birthday. So
You
Please do not send any hate or honestly comments of any kind to anyone mentioned in this video on behalf of me or yourself. The purpose of this video is to give my commentary and opinion on matters of public concern. Thank you.
She's an
not a
attorney.
party I don't want to be at. I think Justin Bieber might have wrote that song at this Ricardo Tiski party, but we'll get to that. I don't like nobody but you. I hate everyone here. 20 years old. So all this is kind of leading up into the main crescendo, in my opinion, which is the Ricardo Tiski birthday party.
What was your favorite birthday? Not year, but an event on your birthday. What was
my
your favorite?
40th birthday, 2 years ago.
From Givenchy. Ricardo Tucci. You know, that's his special friend, girl. I mean, by the way, if you like her sneakers, they're Nikes, but they're a special edition Ricardo Tucci, you know, Kanye's special friend. Yeah, for Givenchy. Yeah, that's him.
She's very important in my job. And Marina, she's very beautiful. I mean, for 70 years old, she's one of the most amazing women I've ever seen.
69 and a half. Put that back. Why is Kanye looking at him like that?
You know who Ricardo Tiski is? Because he's been flying safely way under my radar for far too long. I mean, the man didn't even blip on the screen. I've talked about this before in other videos, but Corey Handler Gamble, who used to be Kanye West's manager, also used to be, or perhaps still is, Justin Bieber's manager. Corey Handler Gamble, you probably know from being Kris Jenner's purse holder and sugar baby / boyfriend who she will never marry. And I have talked about him and them on this channel as some of my first videos.
And you got to think about how, you know, again, Khloe Kardashian was questioning at one time. I used to watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians like an idiot, you know, just saying, back like early 2010s or, you know, area. And so Khloe Kardashian was questioning whether OJ Simpson was her father. And it makes so much sense now because looking back, I'm like, why would you say that? You know, but I see, you know, with all the, I'm sorry, I'm going to say it. You know, I can't help it. Now it's got to come out. So like a human centipede-ish type of thing. Whatever. Okay. It's these freak offs basically. And just think about like the Kardashians' father, what's his name? Robert, whatever, Kardashian. Yeah, it's so gross.
Videos ever. But Corey Handler Gamble and Kris Jenner allegedly, apparently, met at this party in Ibiza, Spain back in 2014. So 10 years ago, they met at this party. The lore is that what I'd come across said that Kanye West threw the party. He hosted it for his friend
Ricardo Tucci. You know that's his special friend, girl.
Ricardo Tisky. But now I went back and actually looked into the damn party. Girl, okay, first of all, Paris Hilton.
She's like, girl, it cracks me up. She's from Louisiana too, from a trailer. Okay. She went to school to be an attorney to some really good schools. Anyways, so, but I had heard, and, you know, I mean, I follow the case, the Diddy case. So there are accusations or allegations that Chris filmed the SEX tape with Ray J and Kim Kardashian. And like took a couple of actual takes, like 3 takes or what however many takes. And I remember that SEX tape coming out. And remember how Paris Hilton, she went to this ranch, right? Where Jody Hildebrandt was one of the counselors, y'all. I'm telling you, you can't make this crap up. Okay. You can't. There's no.
There, Kim Kardashian's there, Kendall Jenner's there, Justin Bieber is there, Kanye West is there, P. Diddy was there. I think Madonna might have been there. There was a lot of very famous people there. And the infamous This picture, y'all have probably seen before, it was taken at that party. That very same party was held on the same day and time as this, like, I don't know, some type of pagan festival, what these people are doing. And it's like a ritual to do in horse racing and matchmaking and revelry and things. And so they're all gearing up for this party in August or July. Hashtag, they have a hashtag for the party, Ibiza 74, in honor of Here the Man Was Born or something. It's supposed to be Studio 54 inspired. And that was like where they were doing all kinds of debauchery in the 60s and 70s in LA or whatever. Studio 54 is like they were doing debauchery. And so this party in 2014 where Kris Jenner met her sugar baby and purse holder, Corey Handler Gamble, who's co-managers of Justin Bieber and Kanye West at the time. He's co-managing with Scooter Braun at Scooter Braun's company. And that's Taylor Swift's manager. So now I'm curious about the whole Taylor Swift sideline. But so today I got to looking into this party. Now, in my Selena Gomez video research, I saw Selena Gomez was in none other than Brentwood, Tennessee, Lou Taylor's favorite stomping grounds. You know, she 15 Ward Circle, Brentwood. Selena Gomez was in Brentwood, Tennessee, with some type of handler following her around at a market. Look, I'll put it right here. In August 2014. But her and Justin were supposedly, reportedly, allegedly together at that time. Well, here's pictures of Justin in Ibiza in August 2014. And here he is with all these people and he's doing all this stuff. Kim Kardashian's there at the matchmaking party. And that's where Kris Jenner meets Justin Bieber's manager, Corey Gamble. All the while she wants her daughters to date him to help their modeling careers. And Selena Gomez is trapped. Allegedly. Maybe she voluntarily checked herself in at wherever she was in Brentwood or Nashville. But like Selena Gomez was in a rehab and they had Justin Bieber, looks like a freak off. You know who else is there? Cassie. Cassie was with Diddy at that party in a see-through outfit. We got this other poor girl right here. I mean, we ain't even gonna be able to put her uncensored outfit. Then I started getting a looking at this man's Instagram account. Y'all, it is frightening. I thought all these freaks and weirdos deleted this type of stuff back in 2016 when a certain was kind of being talked about. But his Instagram account has reminded me of the paintings.
The Taylor Swift looks just like the Church of Satan, Anthony LaVey's daughter, whatever LaVey. I don't know. I forget her name.
On Benny Blanco's living room parlor wall. That's what I will say. It's looking like the same types of people. And why is Marina Abramovich all over the place? Y'all, also, what's the deal with the Vogue interview that Ricardo Tisky did? If you don't know who Ricardo Tisky is, like I didn't, maybe we already put a clip in to explain it because it's confusing. Ricardo Tisky is like one of these fashion people. He's from Italy. He's Italian and he's weird. He's a freaking weirdo. And he's one of these people that's like the fashion director of Givenchy, Burberry, whatever. Like he's one of those those fashion weirdos. And he seems to kind of be like a kingmaker or a queen maker in the fashion industry. He's always hanging out with Naomi Campbell. He used to always be hanging out with Beyonce. And at one point in time, he was running this fashion campaign for Burberry where Gigi and Bella Hadid were models in the campaign, and so was Kendall Jenner. So yeah, nepotism, but also at the same time.
Did you see that? And again, this is just something. There was a sporting event, and there was like a wave of people. It was like very ritualistic, and it's just basically mass worshiping of their kind, their god, lowercase.
It's giving that man
even know
is
what
the
to call
guy
it.
who gets to decide if you're going to be on the runway or not. And they were all out there hashtagging Ibiza 74. Then what is this, pigs? From the
That's
next year, looks like he did it again. What's this, pigs? What is this? Last
did it.
night? Hashtag love? Hashtag family?
Mm-mm.
This is where Justin Bieber was with P. Diddy and Cassie and Kris Jenner and Corey Gamble, his manager, and Kendall Jenner. What? I fell down the rabbit hole. I mean, seriously, it was hours. It was hours on this man's Instagram account. I got all the screenshots because I know he's going to delete stuff now. Anyway, right around the literally exact. Oh, guess who else was there? Paris Hilton. And then she went and did a DJ set like down the beach a few days later.
Hey guys, it's Paris Hilton. I'm back in Ibiza. Cannot wait to be playing my first show August 6th and every Wednesday after that.
She's just nothing bad ever happens to her. Anyway,
Okay, so this is just a slideshow of all those pictures. They're super weird. Super weird. I showed you the one with the dog draped over his shoulders with blood down his chin. So gross. This is what we're dealing with. Basically. Oh yeah. I don't know. Kitty cat. Oh, BJ investigates. I posted it up here. Hold on. See it, TC? All right, let me hide it. Yeah. I don't know. Let me see. Wow. Wow. Whoa. Chris. I can. I thought about it too, but hey, I did go and download it though, the music, just in case. That way it would link to my Epidemic Sound account. But thank you. I'll be getting copyright strikes and stuff. And I mean, Michelle McDermott wrote me a long email. I just haven't had time to I have to invest myself. I get in it. I don't just breeze over the thing and not I want to give it a proper response, but damn, she struck me again. So whatever. I guess I didn't do it in her time limit. It's hers. So but it was just nothing revealing, just her talking about Tom Harrison and Julie Fro. And, again, I need to share that email with you guys too. I want to, at least. I'm talking about Michelle McDermott, who struck my channel, obviously. Because whenever she struck it while I was going to the kids' celebration of life in Idaho during Chad's trial, she struck me while I was there. 2 strikes, and because there were 6 videos, it was a 2-hour and something long video that I broke into 30-minute increments. So it turned out to be 6 videos, and then I had them, basically for members only. And I hate doing that though, because I don't like hiding stuff, like I want everything out. I want it all out. I don't think, just like that Jesse Stay interview that's hidden behind a paywall, and nobody knows about it, unless you stumble across it or, happen upon it. So to me, it's like data mining in a sense. Kind of, I understand, but I don't, So anyway, so I've released it to the public because it's public service, Jesse Stay was this guy that I showed to y'all. Right here. This is Jesse Stay. He has actually he's done an interview with John DeLynn early 2010-ish kind of time frame. Well, this guy right here, Jesse, used to work for the church. The church sought him out to help them brand, okay? And he was actually known as the Mormon spy. And I mean, Exmo Joe, this guy who, did the interview, he's right here. He's an ex-Mormon. Where you at? Right there. And I love him. He's freaking hilarious, right? Donna, you led me to him. Or I saw you when I landed on his thing and I was like, oh my God. Anyways, but he has a channel called Hellfire.agency YouTube. It's a YouTube channel, Hellfire Agency. And I signed up to become a Patreon so I could get, the underground, whatever he has back there. Because, I mean, he covers Janet Russin, Tim Ballard, this whole kit and caboodle. And so I like seeing other people's perspectives on things and, because it kind of helps me process it and factor what it is, Oh, no, he's atheist. But he's recovering from religious trauma. I like him. He seems very maybe neurodivergent in a sense, and I hope I'm not trying to be disrespectful because I feel the same way too. Like, I don't know. Anyways, I just like the way he's got a good personality, Oh, you are good. Good. But I mean, he has this interview, with Jesse Stay, and it's a 2 and some hour video, live stream or interview. I'm sorry. And this guy gives a lot of context, in my opinion. He actually worked for Tim. And he's friends with Ed Smart, who left Tim, and it's okay, Mary. We love you still. We'll let you're not fired. Just picking, Mary. Girl, I get it. I mean, if y'all can make it, y'all can make it. I appreciate you mods. I do. I don't just say it enough. But anyway, so yeah, Jesse Stay. I mean, it's just there's a lot to this. There's so many people, but he was involved. Jesse Stay was involved in Operation Underground Railroad around the 2016 time frame, and I was watching. Actually, I caught a. Let me grab it. We're gonna do it. I'm right here, so we're gonna do it. Let's see. I have it screen recorded on my phone. Actually, just listen.
Fabricate OUR's origin myth.
Wait, is this it or this? Hold on. Waiting on my phone to catch up. Okay, it'd be this one. Oh, turn the Wi-Fi off. Too far away.
Political commentator Glenn Beck helped fabricate OUR's origin myth. It was in November 2013, a month before OUR officially existed. He explained how an undercover federal agent opened his eyes to the horrors of child sex trafficking. Beck said, one harrowing example involved a 5-year-old boy and his 10-year-old sister who were smuggled across the U.S.-Mexico border each weekend.
Okay, hold on. I have it playing right here. Allegedly. Because it uploads to my Google. Come on, play. Let me go back to it. Oh, it's muted.
Fortunately, these children were saved. A miracle did happen because my friend was onto this ring. 3 months later, in March 2014, Beck introduced Tim Ballard's necklace story to his worldwide online viewing audience. That necklace tale was a key part of the impetus behind the formation of Operation Underground Railroad. The clip you're about to see is part of a plea for more donations after Beck had already contributed more than $1 million to the Utah-based raid and rescue nonprofit.
Not long ago, a horrific video of a 5-year-old boy being sexually abused in the worst way was discovered by U.S. authorities. The boy was 5 and his 12-year-old sister. They had been kidnapped and they had been trafficked back and forth between the U.S. and Mexico. Both were sex slaves to a monster of a man.
Allegedly.
Well, something happened. Divine Providence stepped in, and it took place at the U.S.-Mexico border. The boy was seen by a U.S. official who knew who he was, identified the boy in the video, and the boy was rescued from the monster. That little boy jumped into the arms of my friend, who tearfully held him, told him he was safe. The kid would not let go, fearful that he's going to fall back into the dark hands of that monster again.
I can't talk while he talks.
Took a while, but after he realized he was safe, he gave my friend a gift. It's a gift of a necklace.
And you get yours in your swag
It
bag.
reads, "Man of God, pursue godliness, faith, and love." That necklace meant everything to the child. It represented his only hope. It was given to him by his sister, his last prayer. His older sister gave it to him and said, "Wear it and pray that God will rescue us." Their united prayer was answered.
Yeah, well.
And
he's
so
gonna have
the
fun
origin
keeping
myth
out.
began.
He's gonna have
To
fun
be
keeping
sure,
out.
in
He's
fact,
all up
there
in
really
Tim's.
was a child sex abuse monster involved. Also true. In Ballard's origin story, there was a 5-year-old boy who was being victimized.
I forget why.
And Tim Ballard was one of the Homeland Security agents on the case. But big questions about the rest of the story. Had the boy actually been kidnapped? Was he forced into commercial sex slavery?
No.
Or, as Ballard would say, being trafficked? Did he really give Ballard a necklace his abducted sister had given
I
him?
doubt it.
Ballard's
We
necklace.
just heard how Ken Krogh was like emotionalism, emotional. You know, it's this. This is what it is. This is what my AI made. You know how it does it real slow and weird. That's what it is. Okay, it's a secret. I can't tell you. All right, I love you guys. We gotta go because I'm just keeping you on. It's like going on 4 hours, so my butt hurts. I appreciate you guys. Always selling trinkets. Yes, I mean, and I understand. If it was a noble cause, if it was actually what it said it was doing, then they wouldn't have the quote unquote persecution thing where they say, oh, opposition is just trying to get me. They're just trying to persecute me, you know? And in all actuality, it's because it's what you're putting out. And so that's what's coming back to you is it's the consequences of the choices that are being made, in my opinion. That's what it looks like to me. And so you can't claim persecution complex or that the devil's out to get you whenever you're in fact possibly being the devil yourself. You know what I'm saying? So there's that colorful fact. So that's just one way to look at it. Anyways, where'd it go? Ooh. I say we're gonna go and then I do this. This didn't have sound though. It's something I made about, you know, whenever Tim entered on the damn helicopter. Who does that? Never mind. Rhetorical. It's silent. No sound. But it's gross. Look at him. He's gross. Thank y'all. Thank you. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everybody but the mods. You know, besides the mods. You know what I mean? Just appreciate y'all being here. And, you know, doing your own research and coming back and sharing it here. With me, you know, we're trying to figure this out, trying to figure it out together. Good night. Thank you so much, T. Moto Grandma Gilbert. Thank you so much for commenting and, you know, taking part in the chat and for supporting me and our family, you know, really means, it means the world. Anyways, I need to put it to music, right? So that's something I can work on. It is intricate and it's difficult to piece together, but I think the public at large, you know, who are the receivers of all of this abuse, whether it is, you know, egregious like this, like what Diddy's doing and Ballard, what they're allegedly doing, you know, I have to say that, but you know, and instead of they want us to have a victim mentality. That is certain. Okay. They want us to feel like we are victims and victimized and that we're helpless. Okay. That's how they're taking that away from us in a sense, like our strength, when really in all actuality, they can pull the plug. They can they can darken the grid, and they will allegedly, hypothetically, it could happen, you know, and it's a lot of my own process where, you just have to learn to depend on yourself. You have to learn to say, okay, well, my mommy and my daddy aren't going to do it for me, or so and so is not going to do it for me. So I have to go out and do it myself, and just not depend. Kind of like how Colby is having to retrain himself. Hey, Megan, I know. I hope you're doing well too. So glad to see you. Are you going to be streaming tomorrow? Tomorrow's what? Today is Monday, so tomorrow's Tuesday. I'm trying not to stream over you. Because we're going to go over the Tim Ballard crap again, some more. But I'm so glad you're here. I actually started making something for you the other day, and then I kind of got, I got too big for my britches, so to speak. But I remember you sharing. I'll just wait and I'll give it to you another time because I liked it. It was very nice. Nice, and it went with your video about the persecution complex. The I want to say it's a little over 2 hours, not like this 4-hour one here. It is too much. It is, but you really do. You give it that perspective that ties it all in for me, in my opinion, when I'm looking for those answers. Not that I don't, listen to your own story, because I listen to your story and it matters just as much, if not more, than the context that's brought forth, to understanding Lori, Alex, Tim Ballard, just all these rogue Mormons. Okay. I mean, but in addition to listening to your story, it's really helping me put things together in my own mind as to why this had to happen, why this happened, and what it means. Not mainstream, excuse, but I want to know. And okay, I like that too. And I actually thought about it as well, like how we can kind of do this as family members, from different sides, different aspects, different views, right? And how, I mean, we can all do this. I really do think so. Like when Colby talks about something, or, something along those lines, then we can do that. We can kind of play off each other in a sense, like, I forget what it was. Oh, like Tom Harrison, how Colby really wasn't sure about Tom Harrison aspect. And I'm like, oh my God. So I started writing him and Kelsey a letter the other night after his second live stream. When I saw that you were there, I was there, but I feel, kind of like, I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to derail it, or not that I would, that was a huge chat. And I was so glad. And I'm so glad that he's finding his way too. I know you are too. Oh, you've been overwhelmed. I feel you, girl. I feel you. That's how I felt. I've been, I just didn't know where to latch on. I'm like, what am I doing? Where's my sense of direction here? I feel like, I know, me too. Like a lurker. Yeah. But not a nefarious one, we're just on lurkers. We're like some old ants, looking after the young. I think when Larry and Megan and you were there at the memorial, that really helped Colby a lot. I'm glad. I hope so. I wish, I mean, like Kelsey has reached out to me. It was during Chad's trial, but I didn't see it, of course, because I don't ever go and check my Facebook messages. I'm admitting. Okay. But I mean, she thanked me for being so vocal about the abuses, or all the things that are toxic that are coming from the church, in this case, like, but up until like Lori, like her trial, that's when I came across Megan. So then I was like, okay, who's this? You know? And then I'm like, oh, okay. And then, like, mom texted me back after she watched Megan's interview. She texted me the interview actually, and she was like, and I'd already seen it, but she was like, she's saying the same thing you're saying, basically. I'm like, basically, she just says it a whole lot better. But that's okay. This is like Uncle Charles used to say, this is like 1-2 punch, It and I mean, Lori and Chad aren't their own uh tragedy, like this isn't just a fluke. It's happened before. It'll happen again because it's never fully um coiled through. It's never fully investigated and brought to light. And so these powers that be, they continue on. They continue on. Look at Diddy. Look at that whole aspect. And girl, Megan, I was like, with your singing and everything, how your career in singing. And I'm like, oh my God, the music industry. And so you have so much to add, like you need to do this, I think, if you want to. I'm sorry that you're feeling lost though. And I understand. And I'm here. I'm here. I know I'm kind of everywhere in my mind, but it's kind of because like I don't know where to put it sometimes. Like I don't know what you need to cover Diddy and the music industry if you want to. That's just a suggestion. I think you have a lot to add to it. We're all finding our people just in time. We got to trust in the unfolding. Yes, and that's, in my opinion, God's plan, or source or whatever. It's because it kind of gets scary. It is a big thing though, but in my, like, just from what I've dug into the Diddy stuff, it resembles the entire Mormon pillar of this. It's like the SRA that is happening in the David Hamblin case. Remember Gordon Bowen, David Hamblin, David Levitt, all those, they're from Provo. They're from Southern Utah. And Mike Lee's from there. I mean, there's a lot of people from Southern Utah. I get it. I'm not saying everybody from Southern Utah is a diddler. And that, I mean, we had to say that before the diddler came along. Okay. I'm just saying that, like, there's this, Chad Daybell was, he grew up in Southern Utah. So did Ruby Frankie. Jody Hildebrandt, and I mean, you have actually met Jesse. So, and maybe you can talk to them about this, and because I this would be a good aspect though, if you can. There's always a secret connection, and that's what overwhelms me. I know. Well, I think that once you find it, or once it's located, once they're located, once they're identified and exposed, you're not alone. So, and I don't want to be alone either, because it is scary. It's intimidating. It is so intimidating. I mean, I remember just kind of being frozen in fear. Like, when I realized, I was like, okay, this is like in 2021. And I found out about the second anointing thing. And I was like, oh my God. And it wasn't because it was presented to me either. I'm not a Mormon, never been a Mormon, but it's like I was looking into Tom Phillips, but I mean, it's not that John Dehlin had even discussed it further. It's like they were in the archives basically. And so I started, because I like ran across the transcripts and stuff, or whatever, the records from, hey Jeannie, from Joseph Smith, when he would, and in Brigham Young, when they would have these second anointing ceremonies. And because I was following the names, like the name aspect, the Phoebe, the James and Elena, like what's going on with this? I understand that whenever you're given a name, a new name, whenever you're still in the temple, but I was just trying to figure out, because I was like, nah. I'm not buying this whole, they snuck into a temple and or had some quasi, temple ceremony in a backyard somewhere with Jason Mount in his damn Moroni captain uniform. LARPing. Okay. I was like, nah, that's not this. And I knew that November, 16th through the 18th that Mike Stroud with Jason Mao, and Mike and Nancy James with Preparing a People, they had that whole Mesa event, Mesa, Arizona event, where that's the weekend that Chad and Lori were so-called sealed. Or they sealed themselves, right? And I'm just like, yeah, no. And then it comes out in the trials, mainly Lori's for sure, where they were like, and so I'm thinking, okay, so wow, okay, the church released temple records to the FBI agent Nicole Heidemann, right? And she testified to the fact that now they would second anointings, right? And for the most part, are said to have been had on Sundays, which is when temples are closed, right? But the temple records reflected that it would have had to have been November 16th, because why would the church release records on a day, for all the LDS people who are following this case, if they'd have found out that, Lori and Chad went into the temple on a Sunday, I mean, can you imagine the shit show that would have emerged, from the Mormon sphere? I mean, so I don't know. I have my doubts about that. And so I just settle on November 16th, 2018. They were sealed in a temple, but according to Melanie Gibb, not in the celestial room. And I'm like, whatever, hooker. You're a hooker. Melanie Gibb, you're a hooker. She's a liar, and they would have never been allowed into a temple on the Sunday. Exactly. And that's whenever second anointings allegedly take place. So so why would the church, I'm just like, how covert the church can be, right? This is no news. I mean, so I'm like, did they really not have or go on the 18th, which was a Sunday, or did the church refrain from sharing that they showed up on a Sunday and instead put the Friday, which was the 16th? I don't know how to explain that. I'm not thinking too well today, but whether it was a fake sealing or not, I really still feel like it took place in the temple. I mean, and it's detailed, and as much as I freaking rebuke it, like my body rejects it. The James and Lana story, I can't. I'm like, I can't. Hooker, right? Hookerella. There's all kinds of hookers in this story. I know that's if you go by the rules, though. I don't think that these this shadow church group, I don't even know what to call it besides the Gadianton robbers, the secret combinations like Melanie Gibb had released to Aval in her 7-page letter. It's just some damn Gadianton robbers, girl. And secret combinations, all those things, and they project. So just going under the assumption that, the past behaviors repeat, usually, especially with these people, they all have this projection problem. And they lay all of the things that they are dissatisfied with about themselves onto their victims, in my opinion, from what it looks like to me. And I mean, this is rampant. This is Lori, Chad, Jody, Ruby, Tim, all of them. You can see this where they project it onto others, and it's when in fact Lori is the zombie and Chad is a zombie. They are the abusers. Ruby is the abuser, whereas she was calling her children abusers. You know what I'm saying? It's like so twisted and jacked up. It's just jacked up. And I've been sizing them up too, It's nuts. I think that, in that interview that I shared with y'all, let me go grab the link again if I kept it open. Yeah, I did. Of Ray Hermosillo. I don't know if you've seen it yet, Megan. Holy crap. You got to go see it. It's this right here. Let me share the link and then I'll show it to you right here. Allegedly. Okay, stop screen. Present. This one. which is Ray Herman. Well, let me make sure I'm sharing it. I wish they'd fix this little aspect. Okay, good. Where you have to go back and look and make sure you know, you fixed your aspect so people can see what you're talking about. But anyway, so this is Facts Me That, okay? And I'm like, who the hell is this guy? 178 subscribers ish. And this interview is from October 17th in Rexburg. And it says on today's episode of Facts Me That podcast, we revealed never before seen feelings and answers on Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell's case with special guests, which I won't tell you. You don't want to miss. And it's Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow Daybell trial, Uncut True Crime Community, Ray Hermosillo. And I mean, it's just interesting. It's 2 hours and 12 minutes ish. And I mean, first off, I was like, okay, he's drinking. Yay. Okay, I can, I want to hear what he's got to say. And then his tats. And I was like, oh my God, I didn't know he had tattoos and stuff, which I don't care, but I mean, it just made him more human to me. More human, more relatable. And when people act like humans, then I can relate to that, And anyways, but it's good. It's informative. You might have already seen it. I just haven't seen your comment because I've been talking, but please go watch it. And then we're going to talk to my chatters about, I don't think so. I don't think he's a Mormon. He's from Southern California though, and I'm just like, I wonder what made him move to Rexburg. Hey, Carolina. How are you? Yeah, that Delphi case is crazy. Crazy. I've been following a couple people on that. Lauren and what's her name? Lawyer Lee and a few other channels, It's just so ritualistic. I think there's a lot more ritualistic crimes that, they're so hard to prosecute. So therefore they don't, if you had to hashtag it, you wouldn't be like hashtag SRA or ritual abuse. You just be like red rum. You know what I mean? Like, and so they kind of get filed without knowing these without all these indicators, being so public, I guess. Because you cannot, because of the Constitution and our amendments and everything, you can't like convict someone on their belief system, which is crazy. I don't know. I think these Satanists, I'm just saying it boldly, these Satanists, they exploit everything. Everything. There's not one thing that they will not exploit. That's a very, very huge common thread in all of these things. And they, I mean, that's from scriptures. I don't care what race, religion, creed, nationality, what constitution your place, your native land has, or whatever. They will exploit it. They will exploit it. And they do. And, David Hamblin, he exploited like where he can practice peyote and everything in his so-called Native American religious ceremonies. And I'm just like, you're not even Native American, but he exploited that law or that clause, just like James Moody. The other really big thing, Megan, I don't know. And so I'm kind of have to be bold because I don't really know how else to say it. But in the Diddy case and in the Hamblin case, actually, let me pull it up. That way I don't misquote it because I hate doing that. Okay, hold on just 1 second. Oh, please. Okay. Let me go to come on. All right. Let's see. The powers that be. There's so many that I look into that I'm just like, wait, what? Let's see. Hold on. Close that one. I kind of get lost here. Okay, hold on. This was about. I've been looking into that guy too, that Jonathan Oddie guy. Oh my God. The one that was like, went into Trump's hotel and was like shooting it up, and he talks crazy, but he talks like he's been, he knows what he's dealing with here. As far as like these people, they're insane. They have no logic about them, and they project that onto other people, and then that's when the character assassination comes in. That's whenever they're just so vile, and they're energy suckers. They suck the freaking oxygen out of the room. That's your narcissist, if you want to look at it that way. Oh crap. Okay, hold on. I'm trying. Oh, I remember now. Hopefully. Well, damn it. It's going to piss me off. Oh, I know what to do. Okay. This is me not knowing how to navigate in my Canva app. It was... Thanks for staying around. Okay. Love it. Let me just do that. Okay, here it is. Found it. Keyword search, right? Use the tools that they give you, huh? I don't know how. All right. So, okay. And also to know that Sean Reyes, there was an allegation in the lawsuit that was filed against him by, crap, I already forgot her name. Her last name, Whitehead, that has since been dropped, right? And so in that lawsuit, it said, and this is why, I kind of am looking into Diddy as well, is this whole, hold on, this whole aspect, direct quote from civil lawsuit. General Reyes' unofficial office is Max Place in Salt Lake City, right? Where General Reyes, after the person buys a membership, is given access to discuss issues with General Reyes on a leather chair that Kanye West allegedly purchased for General Reyes, much like a mob boss runs his organization in a movie. And I was like, oh my God, and so then I got all into Diddy. And I'm just trying to, anyway, so, let's see. But there was this one thing. Am I going to find it here? Let's see. Well, crap. Okay, I'm going to have to do it another time because I don't want to waste y'all's time anymore. There, I was like, draw Tim Ballard at the at the whiteboard meeting. That's what they gave me. The little emoji maker. I have fun with that thing. Okay. All right. I give up. Allegedly. Oh, wait. Nope. I'm glad I didn't because it's right here. Straight up. Let me go into this whiteboard. Oop. Okay. So let me go down to the part. Oh, this is another part too. Noel Ingalls, a former analyst with Homeland Security Investigations, confirmed his team had been investigating sexual allegations against Levitt for several years. And then come to find out, that Levitt was a target, as was Sean Reyes and allegedly Tim Ballard, both allegedly for everything in this damn video, okay? And it goes on to say, then in 2020, Ingalls received a copy of the video. Okay, HSI added the video to the case file investigating Levitt on suspicion of human trafficking. I mean, that's pretty specific, I think they're just they're honing in on all these networks, so to speak. And, they're kind of all in of the same, in my opinion. They're all doing the same crap. It's just different ways of victimizing, of delivering it, so like Diddy did it through this. So, he was making people's dreams come true. He was asking them, what would you do to be and to have all your dreams come true and become, you know, famous. And then you have Tim Ballard saying, what would you do to save children? You know what I'm saying? So where's the Catholic in here going, what would you do? Like what's going on here, 5 months after, okay, hold on. Quote, "It's literally our job to make sure children are safe," unquote, Ingalls said. Is it disturbing? Yeah, it is. You have to kind of separate that and not let emotions affect your investigation at all, unquote. 5 months after receiving the video, documents show Ingalls and his team were removed from the case. The powers that be. Noel Ingalls used to be an analyst with Homeland Security Investigations, HSI. His team had been investigating sexual allegations against David Levitt for several years. Upon receiving the video described the adoption, HSI investigated Levitt for human trafficking. Not to mention that he worked in the Boise airport and handling bags, although he was a freaking attorney. You know what I'm saying? I mean, him and his wife, Shalom, they moved to freaking Scotland, and he's going after Nicholas Rossi, aka Arthur Knight, aka Nicholas Alaverdian, aka all the other 17 names, who's also involved in this other huge kind of, there's the Franklin scandal, there's the Georgia Atlanta child murders, there's this whole thing with Charles Manson and that whole freaking ritual crap going on. Then you have the Son of Sam thing going on. You have all these things. You have the Best Friends Animal Society is connected directly to David Levitt and his wife. And so is Tavistock Institute. Okay. Those and also connected to Tavistock Institute is David Hamblin's own dad. David Hamblin's dad, Robert Hamblin, actually took money, he was funded by our government to perform these or conduct these experiments on low income, impoverished families, mainly children, where they would conduct these experiments or studies to impress this whole reward system, this repetition and reward, which, again, if you listen to that video of David Levitt where he's talking about buffalo babies and shit. Hold on. Damn it, I'm going so long. I'm so sorry. But I'm not. I am, but I'm not. If you can hang, and I get it. So I appreciate y'all being here. Let me make this larger. Come on. We got time for ads. I hate ads, y'all. I hate them. And this is the only reporter I reached out to and never heard anything back from. Right before Lori's trial, I reached out to Adam Herbets because of his coverage of Tim Ballard and David Levitt. I was like, if anybody understands, it'll be him, To the Ukraine. Which is Viktor Yushchenko, and it would not surprise me if this connects to Maria Abramovich or whatever the hell her name is, and that Ricardo dude. Let me speed this up. Well, I'll wait. Arrogant. What a cocky ass. There's Victor Yoshiko. Not cool. Look at that shitting grin right there. And I'm here to adopt your daughter illegally, allegedly. I don't know. That just don't even sound good. This is the same guy who's listed or labeled as the conspirator in the David Hamblin case. Gordon Bowen is the Punisher. So is Joe Wood Binion. Allegedly, all these are alleged LDS, Southern Provo, Southern Utah-ish area, St. George-ish area. Chad and Ruby, you know, how they lived in, oh, hell, I can't think of the damn name right now. I know y'all know it. Crap. Where Tammy and Chad moved from to Rexburg, right? Springville.
Krisha.
Yeah.
Krisha.
Yeah.
You're not making any sound. None of this stuff for the past, I don't know of this guy. Have we heard? We've been
Oh, I
trying to
just
tell
shared
you.
the tab. I'm so sorry. So y'all could only hear me? Oh my God. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna
Y'all, I
remove
suck. All right, we're gonna give it up. I'm giving it up. Okay. So no sound from the clip, just me talking. Oh my God. Oh Lord. Yeah, thank you, Donna. I'm embarrassed. All right. We'll continue this on tomorrow or something. Thank you, Lamisa. Oh my gosh. Well, damn. Y'all are here, so I'm gonna play it. Okay. I'm just gonna play it. Because it's right here. We're here. And we came this far. You only missed half the damn video.
There's such a prejudice in the Native community about a non-Native adopting a Native.
This is not how you adopt a child. This is how you procure a child.
The Fox 13 News investigative
No, don't
team
be sorry.
has obtained video
Don't
of
be sorry.
Utah County Attorney David
No.
Levitt talking about how he adopted a Native American child.
The video shows Levitt explaining how he tried to broker a deal with a tribe in Montana, offering them the ability to export buffalo meat to Ukraine as part of a request he made at the same time to adopt the child.
Fox 13 News investigative reporter Adam Herbets found out why the statements made in this video are part of a long-standing criminal investigation.
The Tribal Social Services looked at us and said, "We're not giving you this baby."
This video was recorded by a documentarian in 2020. It's
Hey, yeah,
17 minutes long, and it shows Utah
Over.
County Attorney David Levitt telling the story of how he managed to adopt a tribal infant in 2017.
And finally, this strategy comes into my head. And if you got 5 minutes, I'll tell you the story.
As he describes it, his strategy meant hopping on a plane to Montana, then walking onto the reservation unscheduled to meet with the president of the Northern Cheyenne tribe.
I
You're
said,
good,
I'm
Don.
here for
You
two
did me a
reasons.
favor.
I said, I'm here to tell you the second reason
Good.
first. But I'll tell you the first reason second. And I said, but before I tell you the second reason, I want to tell you the story.
His story touches on the
man.
importance of family. Then it highlights his close friendship with former Ukrainian President Viktor Yushchenko.
Victor and I have this goal of
Nasty.
introducing buffalo into Western Ukraine.
Captain
And you're
Obvious.
a sovereign nation, and you have a buffalo herd. And Ukraine is a sovereign nation, and it doesn't have a buffalo herd, but it wants one. And so I'm here to try and see if we can form a bilateral agreement between the people of the Northern Cheyenne and the people of Ukraine to introduce buffalo to Western Ukraine.
Basically,
And
kind of.
at that point, he was all ears.
I bet.
And I said, that's the second reason why I'm here. The first reason why I'm here is this.
Yeah.
That we want to adopt one of your people.
He says tribal president Jace Killsback gave his blessing, but tribal social services did not.
Yeah.
So Levitt went back
Great
to the
LDS
president
right
to
there.
try again. Watch and listen to how he describes the tribal president made a compelling argument to help Levitt clear that final hurdle and take home the child that same day.
He said, listen,
Yes.
the Levitts are friends of the tribe. He's an asset. They're assets to the tribe for more than just this. I left, and 5 minutes later, the phone rang, and it was the social worker
He's lying.
saying, I think I figured out a way to get this child to you.
Jace Killsback has declined to comment. At the time of this interview, he was in prison for fraud in an unrelated case.
Not every child needs to grow up in the city, green grass, white picket fence house. It's best for the Native children to remain in Native communities.
Stephanie Benally, a Native American specialist.
No, Gene. What he's saying is, I'm here to adopt a Native American girl. The Native American girl would represent or symbolize Buffalo. Basically, hey, I'm trying to set up a sex trafficking deal with Victor Yushchenko, and the Native American people are representative of Buffalo. The Buffalo baby is what they call this little article, is disgusting. And so again, you have Michael Levitt, who is his brother. The Levitts own crematoriums, they own funeral homes. So do the Meldrums, which is interesting, right? I learned that from Suze, who lives right there where Lori's trial is going to take place. When she told me that, and I mean, that was just from word of mouth. That was just her talking to her neighbors and, who are LDS. But anyway, so she was talking to her neighbor's old aunt. She's like in her 80s, but she's got her mind all about her. She's of sound mind, basically. And whenever Suze was like, went over there during Chad's trial, the neighbors were like, oh, what you been up to? And so she was talking to them, and she said, I'm just, tracking, keeping up with the Daybell trial. And the old aunt said, oh, Jack Daybell, who used to dig graves. And I was like, oh my God, you can't make that crap up. That was word of mouth. That was not even looking for it, and it's just like, oh my God. And then like how that, Suze is who told me about Meldrum. The Meldrums own crematoriums and funeral homes. Again, I'm just saying, I don't know what it means. I'm just, there's more at play here. And that's where I'm at, like when we went to the celebration of life for Tylee and JJ. Okay. Megan, you were there. You sang at the dang thing, beautifully, by the way. And, that theater is called Willard Theater. Okay. Willard Theater. And then the name of what's it called? I have the pamphlet right here. It's called the CARR Gallery. Now, doing research into this, I learned that the Cars, CARR, they are intertwined with this whole, my God, I can't ever think. Charles Manson. Okay. That whole thing. Also mainly with the Son of Sam thing, I want to say. I'm not too well versed in this though, but I mean, I just kind of looked for these things. And so we were where they displayed the kids' pictures and everything next to the theater, which opened up into the theater, like shared a wall. And so, I mean, where there's arts, where there is painting, all those kind of things, singing, the energy healing aspect of it all, that is where a lot of this type of abuse takes place. This generational type abuse, this SRA, satanic ritual abuse, or ritual abuse, it's really just heinous child abuse, takes place. It's rampant in these areas. Okay. Like music. So that's what made me think of Megan, I'm like, well, she's, has spent her entire life I mean, I'm not even comparing myself to you, Megan, because I played in band, okay, straight up. But I mean, nowhere, but still, I mean, I get it, and so that's kind of where these things with these people take place. Oh, look, I just realized on this pamphlet from Car Gallery 2023/2024 exhibitions, it says Carl Rowe Solo. Carl ROWE Solo. And the other interesting aspect of this also is that Frank Vandersloot, who, has investment in, or you know what I mean, bought from Bonneville Communications, by the way. Okay, he bought what would become East Idaho News, and East Idaho News is who covers our family's murders. Okay, and I'm just like, okay, there's just he's I think either the richest or the second richest billionaire in Idaho. I forget, but okay, so there's that aspect. Then you have Nate Eaton, where he actually bought a portion and or if not all of East Idaho News. I don't remember. I don't know that to speak to it, but just stating that. And so whenever I got home from Boise or from Rexburg and Boise, I did some research and I found out that the Willard Theater, the Car Gallery, these are all these same family names that you see in all these other cases, okay, of the same type of behavior going on. And it's very interesting. I read a lot of the book, Program to Kill. I have a free link to a PDF if you ever want to, I'll send it to you if you want to read it, because it is enlightening. Basically saying that these murders, such as, in my opinion, again, from doing the research that I've done, and to what happened to Tylee and JJ, they're usually a cover or a front for something even worse going on behind the scenes. And to me, that would be Tim Ballard. That would be what's going on, because I mean, he spoke on the same circuit as Chad. So did a lot of these other people, like Senator. He's a United States Senator, Mike Lee. Mike Lee is connected directly to John Huntsman Jr. or the third, whatever the hell. And then John Huntsman Jr. his name was found in Jeffrey East. You know what I mean? That guy owned his own island. He was found in his little black book. So, I mean, these things are par for the course whenever you look at all, how M. Russell Ballard had direct connections with, I have pictures of this, with Bill Clinton. No. Yeah, with Bill Clinton, with Baby Bush, with Bush Sr. I just found that one last night. And then you have Dallin Oaks, who is photoed with President Obama. You have the Mitt Romney thing, which I heard you talk about in that last video, the over 2 hour one. I want to say about persecution, but you ended up sharing a whole lot of your personal story, which I was like, oh, I mean, thank you for being vulnerable with us and sharing your experience. I know it sucks to have to repeat it because you can't really talk about this case without it, But what I'm trying to say is that Lori and Chad are just a subproduct of this larger network that is going on behind the scenes, and it involves some high-ranking, if not all, President Nelson too. I mean, not just through his daughter, but in that Ken Krogh thing that we were sharing earlier, or yesterday, the one we did yesterday, the first hour of it, I called it last night after I rewatched it. Ken Krogh said that he was helping Sherry do. And I was like, well, I mean, there you go. It's like he was helping her with her, he's branding. He helps them market everything. And, so then you have that going on. You have the touch parties that President Nelson's daughter and son-in-law, the Mileses, took part in. And then, I mean, whenever I watched Carl, what's his name? Carl Crusher. He's from the Rexburg area. and him and his wife divorced, you know, and he talked about how this was when the Ruby Frankie case came up. He did a couple interviews and he shared that him and his wife went to like this influencer type party. And I mean, the influencers are included in this Hollywood music, hip hop, rap industry. You know, it's just, that's kind of what's going on. You know, they're included in this. Lump them in. Mr. Beast, Ruby Frankie, just imagine endless possibilities here. But, because I mean, no matter what, it's like they're going to continue tithing to the church. So, you know what I mean? So it all goes right back to source, in my opinion. If they kind of proselytize and monetize, just like is modeled in this Operation Underground Railroad operation, then, or PSYORG, or whatever you want to call it, then that's exactly what's going on with all these other people, you know? I mean, because if they really invest and or support these mom talkers and things like that, like doing what they're doing online, you know, it's disgraceful and it doesn't give the church a good look. However, the church they don't care, in my opinion. To me, they worship money, and that's all that matters. They laugh all the way to the bank, the ones that they own, Zion's Bank, you know, they're like, oh yeah. And so beneficial life insurance, the one that they bailed out, you know, not too long ago. I mean, so, and I mean, what made me think about this was whenever Brandon Boudreaux, you know, sued Melanie Boudreaux's attorneys for, what do you call it? Not slander, but defamation. And he was awarded $12 million. I was like, okay, so now does he have to pay 10% to the church? And then it got me thinking about life insurance policies and how, you know, if this behavior is continuing on and, you know, people aren't looking any further into these suspicious type deaths, you know, like what happened to Tammy, you know what I'm saying? Then Chad pays us 10% and it goes right back to the money god. You know what I mean? It's it's a huge multi-level marketing type, but big, like huge, you know, like if you look at it on a grand scale. And it's just interesting to me how that works. I mean, and Uncle Charles was in the insurance business, or you know what I mean? Portfolios and things for people. Anyways, it's a lot. It is so much. I was okay with it not being connected to anybody outside of Lori and Chad and Alex, but I don't think that's the case. I really don't. I think that's why we have such weird behavior. Oh shit. That scared me. You there? I just heard a boop. Oh, device not connected. Okay. But that scared me. I'm sorry, y'all. But so if you think about all these things, I forgot what I was even saying because that just threw me off. It scared me. And Kutcher is a right. And so look at Marisol Nichols, who's Scientologist as well. Who, you know, there's that video that was taken down where they're basically justifying the couple's ruse, okay? Justifying the couple's ruse. So, I mean, it's just so much and so extra but it all plays hand in hand, you know? And I find it fascinating. I find it highly fascinating, you know? But almost moved to Idaho. Woo! We love our Idahoans, you know? We love everybody, but I don't like being duped, you know? And it's just, you know, this to me is similar to finding out that I've been in a cult. Okay. It has to be similar to find out how my government, you know, something I was never interested in. And I'm still really not, but I kind of am now because it's so pivotal into how covertly over time, the twisting and twisting and twisting of everything, and where these people like Lori and Ruby and Jody and Tim, they end up inverted. They end up backwards, upside down, Wizard of Oz, enter Alice in Wonderland. Like, oh god dang, that thing scares the shit out of me. But I don't see you. Okay. There's a boop noise that happens back here for y'all that are like, what is she talking about? But anyway, so I don't know. There's more to this story. It's very complex. It's not ever going to be simple. I don't know how. I don't know how to simplify it. I don't. And whenever I do, I'll share it with you because I definitely don't want it. It's very traumatizing, and like heavy to carry. This is Tim and like his brothers, you know. Oh, let me back out. Let it focus. Oh, Tim and his brothers. I wonder if they were going coon hunting. I'm just asking. That's what that reminded me of. It's disgusting, and we don't know. We really don't know. Anyways, all right, guys. We're gonna go. Your computer's messing up. I'm sorry, Donna. Thank you, though. I appreciate you, and I appreciate all the mods who are still here, and all of you who are still here. Y'all are some damn troopers, right? Appreciate it. When I was in the Bay Area, I heard about the Bohemian Grove and drove over there. And talk about weird energy. My friend and I were trying to get jobs. Oh my God. During their meeting, but they didn't want any women. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you. Higher power, holy crap, because of their, what do you call it? You know what I mean? Because they're a-holes, you didn't get diddled, basically, in my not so nice way. But anyways, I appreciate you guys being here. And Megan, this is it's so much to talk about, but I know what I'm saying is like really out there. It's out there, but it's really not. Once you start just kind of following the money, follow the money, follow the damn money, because that is the God that is being worshipped here. And it's all about destroying the root chakra, as has been told in the Diddy case. The whole thing was to, basically steal the light from innocence, and that is what happened with Tylee and JJ, Charles, Tammy and Joe, or whatever, in my opinion. Taking someone's bloodline, because that's all that matters in this world. And that's the main, in my opinion, it's like the main, maybe commodity of the church. That's their whole, they have a whole mountain, chakras, I know. They have a whole mountain with a vault in it with all of our records, Mormon or not. I find that violating. Not to mention the fact that they baptize us into their church without our permission. Then there's Julie Rowe, who has an organization that was basically to stop to stop soul trafficking. And I was like, what the hell? That's like hearing Ryan Fisher retell or, tell his story about how Tom Harrison, his whole thing, and being behind, Tim Ballard allegedly, and pushing this whole narrative of rescuing children who will be, left behind whenever, I guess, the damn rapture or Armageddon comes. And I'm like, what? Make it make sense to me. It don't make sense. So what is soul? How can you prove that you're saving and you have these safe houses for souls that are being trafficked? What? I don't even know how she got away with that. Greater Tomorrow Relief Fund or whatever the hell, GTRF. It's like, okay, so that's too imaginary, false, that's not going to help anybody on this planet in this lifetime. So how can you do that? That's not right. And it's interesting that Tom Harrison is the common denominator in every one of these cases. Tim, Jody, Ruby, Julie, Lori, Chad. Why did Chad go and meet with Tom Harrison in his Salt Lake City office to learn how to portal. And portal just means remote view. Remote viewing is what Janet Russin is purportedly doing to so-called, to allegedly find missing Marty. Okay. And so Tim Ballard is allegedly making all this money, millions and millions and millions of dollars, which I'm sure he's still tithing. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because M. Russell Ballard was part of the for-profit funneling system there. He's in this, and as are 2 other general authorities allegedly. Slave stealers. Check it out. It's crazy. And so I don't think it's so much about the book, but it's more about the man behind the book of Visions of Glory. It's the fact that why was Tom Harrison meeting with him? What the hell does Chad Daybell, what the hell is he doing, with Tom Harrison, who also is acting persecuted, straight up. I'm just like, stop. It's so gross, but yet here we find out that, and I'm going to share that with y'all too. Not right now, but, I got to read it from about Gordon Bowen, how Tom Harrison testified in Gordon Bowen and Barbara Timothy, the wife that he married, because he was denying himself being gay, just like Jody, allegedly, in my opinion, and how Tom Harrison testified on behalf of Barbara Timothy, who comes from another wealthy fucking family. You can't make this shit up. And whose husband died. But before her husband died, he was a veterinarian or a chiropractor. I don't remember which one, but Barbara Timothy's former husband, he was about 40 something whenever he died. And before he died, Gordon Bowen was saying to Barbara Timothy that she was going to be his wife. Gordon Bowen shows up and at Barbara Timothy's husband's funeral. He's there that day. They have a casket and everything. There's a picture of it. So, and then you have the same day that the proclamation to the world, or proclamation of God to the world, whatever the hell, that, President Hinckley spoke to, is the same day that Gordon Bowen married Barbara Timothy. Gordon Bowen had invited or asked President Hinckley to officiate their ceremony. And M. Russell Ballard the whole time in the background is like, hurry up, get married, but so President Hinckley had to take a rain check, and because he had to go and do this, the talk about the proclamation to the world. So, but he did show up after the fact, after they were married, okay, after the wedding was over. So basically the reception, he shows up and there's photos of him, Mitt Romney's wife, and President Hinckley, his wife, and Gordon Bowen and Barbara Timothy, his wife, right? And so who did officiate was, of all people, Elder, crap, I just forgot it right when I was saying it. Elder, oh my God. He's totally gay, okay? Oh my God, I can't remember his name. It'll come to me. But yeah. Oh yeah. So, oh God dang. You determined, huh? You got it. I'm glad Donna's back in. The Bohemian Club building in San Francisco. I know I saw a couple of YouTubers that broke in, but then the video got taken down. But I watched it like that day that they published it, and I was like, oh, let me hurry and watch it. It's weird what they do there, allegedly. The powers that be. You just can't have all these connections and it just be as simple as, it's just money, power, and sex. Yo, take it or leave it. And it's not up to a prosecution to basically, we're looking at oh yeah. Thank you. I was like, wait, what? It's not really like, Ray Hermosillo is asked by this, let me not try and do all this stuff. But he's asked by, this guy right here, does Chad have a cult following? And he's like, no, not really. He's like, there might be a few people that believe the same way he does. And I mean, I believe that's a large pool. I think Megan would agree with that. However, I was just like, okay, so I really do think it's just the Gowdy Ant robbers. It's the secret combinations. This is a secret society. And, and I think that's why Lori, according to like Ray Hermosillo here, he says that, he can see where Lori was a good mother. And I'm just like, now I don't agree with that. But then I would have agreed with it, like before all this happened, I never could imagine that Lori would have done this. However, Megan, you have a way bigger, way different aspect or perspective, and it's just as valid. I think Lori showed us exactly what she wanted to show us. But what I'm trying to find out, especially with Stacy's death, whenever you shared that, when Megan shared about what Barry said when, about Stacy, about touching the bottom hem of her, I don't remember the direct quote, but when I looked that up, that's one of these phrases that are shouted out to other secret society type members. Okay. Like the whole dog whistle thing, like the Constitution's hanging by a thread. That is a dog whistle. So is keep your powder dry. That was said by Eric Moutsos. That was said by Rod Meldrum for sure. That was said by Glenn Beck. Then you have Tim Ballard always saying, awaken, arise, rise up. That's something that Melanie Gibbs says. That's, the gatherers is that whole thing. There's the angels aspect. It's like each MLM layer or level is like, okay. In Tom Harrison's book, he talks about translated beings, angels, God. Then there's like the ministering angels, it's like levels, you know what I'm saying? Like a hierarchy. And so in that transcript, even where Tim is doing the ketamine treatment or whatever, and remember how Nuance Ho Cara Burrell said, do you get it? Like, do you see it? Do you hear me? When she's like, there's God, Tom Harrison, and then whatever, underneath Tom. And so it kind of goes in that order. And so the fact that they label and call one another, it'd be like, hey, they're the blue team, they're the red team, they're the green team, they're the orange team. You know what I'm saying? There's 7 sides of this. We know that Lori and Chad are, their colors are green. Raphael, I can show the proof of this too. I mean, there are many forums out there, many blogs that the rainbow, the colors of the rainbow, those are the 7 rungs, so to speak. Lori even speaks about it in her, those recorded home, where she's testifying, that Melanie Gibb turned over, where she's like, oh, if it comes at you once, comes at you twice, comes at you 3 times. She said that she was on the bottom rung and she just needed to move up. And so I'm trying to figure this out too. It's secret for sure. I feel like Barry, in my opinion, allegedly is involved in this secret society since he thinks he's what, 1%, 5%. Well, I've heard somebody report on Diddy how they're oh my God, I'm not going to remember this, but it's something like the top 10%. He's part of the Boule, which, came also from that. It's very Shashlumalali, if you know what I mean, the illuminated ones, the chosen ones who are going to quote unquote usher in the second coming, except it's not the second coming. Not for me. For them, it means the NWO, if you know what I mean. So that's what that is. And they all say the second coming. They all say the same things. They all say these dog whistles. And that's exactly what Barry, whenever Megan brought that into the orbit or whatever, I was like, oh my God, okay, I think I know that's a dog whistle to all the other members, just like when they say coon, raccoon, Janet Russin labeled Fox 13 News, Adam Hurwitz, whenever she was on Troy Abel's channel, spinning it, they got to spin it because that's what devils do. That's what demons do when they're in a corner. they have to spin it. But so she called him a coon. And I was like, interesting, because Tylee was also called a coon, so to speak, a raccoon though. And that's it's a slur word, like I'm a coon ass. Like I'm from Louisiana, so we call ourselves coon asses. Okay. We're French, Canadian French. Okay. Cajun French. And so when you take that aspect of it, so if I were to call someone who is African American, if I were to call them a coon, that is a racial slur. It means dark, you're labeling that person, or yeah, you're demeaning them, you're trying to offend them. That's not a nice term. And so by Chad labeling Tylee a raccoon in the text to Tammy on September 9th, 2019, he was marking her for death. She was dark in Chad's eyes. Okay. And so then you have Janet Russin doing it publicly. They do it in plain sight. They don't say that because it's, hidden and we can't see it. So it's just like, wow. So I feel like Barry for sure is where it would source from with Lori, unless Megan, I know that your dad is related to Janice. I get it. I'm just trying to figure it out, too. Like, I don't want to go accusing people, but you know what I mean? I'm just fishing. And I want to find out from, maybe Jesse knows, Jesse Hildebrandt would know, David Hamblin and his family, there are a couple kids that are even accused in the Hamblin daughters, victim statements of all that heinous abuse, the ritual abuse that still hasn't been prosecuted. And, they moved to Tucson, Arizona. And that just so happened, Robert Hamblin taught at Arizona State University. And, he even has papers published on like this backwards language, this, I guess what Chris Fodstick right here would call NLP, which is practiced by people like Julie Rowe, people like Tony Robbins, where, it programs people. And again, it all leads you back to that book, Program to Kill by Dave McGowan, where, maybe all the time in the temple, maybe Lori was guided or directed. I don't really know. I just have to sit there and use my imagination a lot. I have a very vivid imagination on how I picture these things. I'm just like, oh my God, I mean, good LDS people most likely don't do the same thing, but this was happening. They were going to the temple just out in the open, wide open in front of everybody in plain sight, I mean, straight the hell up. So I know that not everybody goes there and does what Lori and Chad did, but this is going on in your holy place if you do belong to that institution, so they're the ones that are blaspheming your belief system. And I would think that you would want to root this out as well. Anybody that, would maybe get offended by all this. So I don't want to take down a church. I never really looked at myself as a church owner, if you know what I mean. I'm being sarcastic there, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, no, I just want answers. And I think I'm doing exactly what you would do if this had happened to your family. Only people like myself, and I'm sure like Megan and Colby and others in and around this our families. We don't want anybody else to go through this. Okay. Consider it my calling. It's just like, I didn't even have a decision. It was just like, oh my God, this happened. And it's like everything just kind of prioritized itself. Family came first for the first time in my life. I was just like, oh my God, I care about my family members, It's like everything just became clear in that moment whenever it shook me to my core and it rocked me. And I mean, I was never the same from that point forward. Never the same. I don't even remember the person I was before this. Besides just walking through life, popping bubbles and shit, not wanting to look at the news and stuff like that because it scared me. It freaked me out. It's so dark and it was so heavy that I couldn't handle it. I have severe anxiety disorder. I ain't trying to carry all that shit too. But this, because it changed me, yeah, Angela, because it changed me, it's like it just became clear, it was just like, oh, well, then I must find truth. I have to. And then along the way, I'm just like, oh my God, but I didn't realize the more and more and deeper I'd go, the more levels there are to this. It's like every day you can go through a new damn smoke screen and you're just like, what are y'all doing in here? And it's just like, hello, is there anybody in there? Some Hotel California shit. And I'm just like, what world have I been living in? Holy crap. Eyes wide damn shut, huh? Mm-mm. I didn't watch that movie till about Eyes Wide Shut till about 6 months ago. And I mean, I made myself, and y'all, if I go and listen to that song, where they're in the circle, the red, and they have the robes and all that, and I'm just like, the music is so intense. It freaks me out. Like I have to turn it down all the way a lot because it's just so ominous and so evil, you just know nothing good's gonna come out of that. And interesting. Thank you, Kayla. So glad you're here. I went to International School of the oh god, I'm gonna mispronounce that, and met so many diverse people from all over, from just plain and simple like me to the mega rich. It was eye-opening. I bet, I bet. And I think that's one of the things that that handicaps communities like the LDS community, where it is so insular, where it is a huge echo chamber, and you surround yourself by and with the MLM fraudulent type, multi-level marketing business schemes, and the way the system is set up with patriarchs and with the moms, expected to stay home and pump out kid after kid after kid, and just kind of give up on their dreams and careers and aspirations and things like that, then I mean it's just a matter of time. It's gonna implode. And that's what they are doing. Jody, Ruby, Lori, they are just exploding like some busted cans of biscuits. And it's scary. It really is, because it's so toxic. And especially with the positivity, and that competition type behavior where, I was watching the other day, the end of Melanie Gibb with the detective in Arizona, when she was talking down on Lori and Chad, basically like she slapped her hand on the table and she was like, just you need to pop that bubble, girl, and she's like, it's doctrines of devils. And I'm like, no shit, cuckoo. But they don't even know that they're doing it. I don't think that. I mean, I've been on the fence a long time about that. Or do they even know what the hell they are doing? Do they know they're being evil, or do they really think that what they're doing, like Rob Wood said about Lori to Summer, what your sister has done, she thinks she has done in righteousness? And I'm just like, huh? How? Ruby Frankie, calling Russell, I'm sorry, I just said his name. Ugh. Calling her son are abusers. Okay. And I'm just like, what? There's a lot to glean from these cases, y'all. And there's something larger going on. I don't know exactly what that is, but I have an idea of quite a few things that it is that factor into it. And really in all of our lives, every day, so much so that we've become accustomed to it. And or I didn't know a lot of these things were even abuses. I didn't know. I'm learning. I'm quote unquote waking up. It's just like, and I do a lot of reflecting. That's what I've been doing for 5 years. I've been like, oh my God, oh my God. And I just don't want to leave this to my kids and my grandkids, to our posterity, you know? Like, we're supposed to leave this place in a better state than what we got it. And I got it in a very dysfunctional, abusive type, neglectful upbringing, you know, where I felt invisible. And so this is also empowering for me to do this here, you know, just to kind of sound off and not be criticized for it, you know. So I'm finding myself through all this too. And, you know, you guys are a big part of that. And I just love, love, love you so much. I do appreciate you for just listening to me and for sharing your thoughts and ideas and opinions and perspectives in your own lives and all the research that you know, see. I love seeing you guys at other channels, supporting other channels, especially Megan, especially Colby, and you know, just supporting family members of victims of what, oh my god, I just went blank again. I just went blank again. Victims of violent crimes, you know. Because it's like none of us asked to be put in this. I'm not asking for pity party or anything. I'm not asking for special treatment. I just thank you for, you know, allowing me to share here when so many, you know, prosper off the cases and prosper off of the, you know what I mean, of the crimes that affect me directly, affect other family members directly, you know. And it's just like, so I just hope one day, or I hope along the way, that I can oh damn, I just heard a gunshot, y'all. That was a gunshot. Is it 11:50 at night? Well, anyways. All right. Really gonna go this time. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, everybody. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Love always wins, and you are proof of this. Love you too.